It is 9 a.m. Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Arias,
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Here.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Present.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Present.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Esparza,
Present.
and President Chavez.
I am here. All right, next up, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe we have the video queued up. City Clerk?
Yes, give me 1
Is
second.
Kevin De Leon going to lead us?
Yes,
No.
I'd like him to lead us.
With us.
Were you guys able to hear it?
No,
No,
Oh.
but it's Luis's fault.
No, it was mine.
All right, we're gonna have to work through our technical difficulties. We won't have to worry about that when we're in person.
that's right.
All right, I want to give Matthew some time to get ready. And now I invited our Deputy Mayor, Matthew Grundy, to provide an invocation for us. So Matthew, if you're on.
Sure. All
floor is
right.
yours.
Thank you. Well, good morning all, and thank you for being here. Let's pray. Father, I just thank you so much for today. Thank you for waking us up, for putting breath in our lungs and keeping our hearts beating, even when we can't control it. I just want to thank you first and foremost for every person that's represented here, for every council member, for every member of staff, for our mayor. I just thank you for them, Lord. I just pray you bless them, strengthen them this year. This is a new year, a new season. And so we just pray blessing upon them, on their households, on their families, on their neighbors. Father, I thank you that you've given us this opportunity to come together to do some unique work. And Father, I just pray that you encourage and bring us all together to this end. Father, I pray right now, as you said in Isaiah, that we would go through the gates and prepare the way for the people, that we would cast up and build up a highway for them, that we would gather out any stones that might be in their way, and that we would lift up a standard, a banner over the people. Father, I pray that that banner would be a banner of rightness and justice, that it be a banner of equity, that it be a banner of safety. I just pray that we would come together to do this work. Father, I pray for each member that I mentioned earlier, Lord, that we would come together, we'd open our mouth for all and open up the mouth for our mouths for the rights of those who are unfortunate and defenseless. As you said in Proverbs, that we'd open up our mouth and judge righteously and administer justice for the afflicted and the needy. God, I thank you that you've given us this great opportunity in this wonderful season to do it. I thank you for the calling you've given Fresno. I thank you, God, that it's a unique calling, that there's a beautiful vision and of an inclusive, prosperous, beautiful city where people take pride in their neighborhoods and community, a government that listens, that we keep our promises, and ultimately a government that's owned by the people. I pray that that vision come to fruition. God, I pray now also that there's so many different gifts here represented by all staff and elected, and you don't desire for us to have uniformity. You delight in the different gifts and callings you've given us, but you also delight in unity. So I just pray that we be one. I pray that we be one Fresno. And I just ask that if there's any voices that would aim to divide or to deceive or to separate or have hidden agendas or motives, I just pray that the members of this council and staff and our mayor would be discerning to hear those voices, that we would come together. Father, we need your help. We thank you this day for every day forward here. We thank you for our council president and for all those that are here to serve. Help us serve and love the people, because ultimately this is about loving your people, the great residents of the city of Fresno, all of them. Help us, Lord, and we will be helped. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Appreciate you coming and leading us in the invocation this morning. Now we'll go on to approving the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are a whole lot of changes, so please bear with me. I will take it slow.
Mhm.
Okay, so the first change is item 1A, which is approving the minutes for January 7th, 2021, which is coming up on the consent agenda. There is an error in the title of item 1O. The header reads, Joint Meeting of the City Council, the City of Fresno, in its capacity as housing successor to the Redevelopment Agency of the City of Fresno and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation. The word housing needs to be removed for that to be a correct title. Item 1C is in Charlie. Let's see, that's actions relating to leasing 158 acres of city-owned land. The correct title is as follows: adopt a finding of categorical exemption pursuant to sections 15301/class 1, 15304/class 4, and 15325B, class 25 of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines. And next is item 1D as in David, actions relating to leasing 125 acres of city-owned land. And the correct title is as follows: adopt a finding of categorical exemptions pursuant to sections 15301/class 1, 15304/class 4, and 15325B as in boy, class 25 of the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA guidelines. The next item with changes is item 1L as in Larry. It is stated that the resolution is subject to the mayor's veto. Well, it is not, so we're going to remove that subject to the mayor's veto. The next item is the 1005 item, and it is a hearing to obtain public comments regarding community needs for consideration in the development of the 2021-2022 Annual Action Plan for federal funding through the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Community Planning and Development, HUD. This item has Spanish and Hmong interpreters and American Sign Language, and they would prefer to be on time and have this item heard around that 10:05 time frame. The next item with the change is the 145 item. This item was continued from January 7th at 1:45. It's a hearing to consider conditional permit use application pertaining to property located at 1137 North Chestnut Avenue at the southwest corner of North Chestnut and East Olive Avenue. That item is being removed from the agenda. The applicant withdrew his application. The next group of items I'm going to call are items being pulled from the agenda by various council members. We're going to start with item 1C as in Charlie. It's being removed from the agenda and continued to February 4th by Councilmember Arias. Item 1D as in David is being removed from the agenda and being continued to February 4th, 2021 by Councilmember Arias. Item 1G as in George, actions pertaining to the summary of a vacation of portion of East Thomas Avenue and North Blackstone Avenue, north of State Route 180, is being pulled by Council Vice President Esparza. Item 1L is in Larry, a resolution.
Clarify, City Clerk,
Yes,
that's pulled for discussion, not removed from the agenda, right?
that's correct.
Okay, just
Yes.
to be clear.
Okay. Item 1L is in Larry, resolution to adopt a resolution authorizing Public Works Director to execute build grant agreement in the amount of $10,540,582 for the Veterans Boulevard project. That's being pulled by Councilmember Arias. Item 1O, actions pertaining to a final map track number 6198, that's being pulled by Councilmember Carbasi. Item 1P is in Paul, award a 5-year agreement for enterprise resource planning system and implementation services to Tyler Technologies in the amount of $11,045,960 for implementation and house hosting software as a service of financial human capital management, ERP, and utility billing software. That's being pulled by Councilmember Arias. Item 1R, as in Robert, actions pertaining to the 2020 Law Enforcement Mental Health and Wellness Grant Program is being pulled by Councilmember Arias. Item 1S as in Sam, actions pertaining to commercial cannabis activity is being pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Item 1U is an umbrella. Approve Second Amendment to contract for COVID-19 testing, tracing, and quarantine support with Fresno Economic Opportunities Commission, extending time performance is being pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Item 1V is in Victor. Approve the Second Amendment to contract for COVID-19 testing, tracing, quarantine support with Fresno Building Healthy Communities, extended time for performance is being pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Item 1X is a resolution, AAR, transferring $1 million from the City Attorney's Office budget to the council district budget and to fund for COVID expenses is being pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Those are all the changes I have, and there was a lot. And if you need me to repeat anything, just let me know.
All right, so it appears that our consent agenda is actually smaller than the pulled consent agenda. Thank you for that. And I'll just recommend for my colleagues in the future to get a lot of these questions answered beforehand, just to ensure that we have some time to get to our timely items politely. So, all right. Thank you for that, Clerk. Do any council members have any additional changes to the agenda? And for the public's benefit, if you could please use your little hand function on Zoom there, so I could make sure that I recognize and see who's actually having some items. All right, Councilmember Arias.
I want to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilwoman Soria.
Council
Who has
President,
their
wanted to clarify that the 1:45 p.m. item was removed.
No.
Yep.
It's not removed. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it is. Thinking of the other one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the 7-11 item in Councilmember Vice President Sparsa, right? That was removed.
Yes.
Yes. Right, fantastic.
Question for you, Council President.
Yes.
So the 145, we're not hearing that today.
That's correct.
Okay, and that was, who pulled that one?
The
That was
applicant,
removed.
yes. The applicant withdrew their application.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, and I will be actually registering a recusal due to a conflict for item 1U for the record.
Okay.
All right, I had a motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilwoman Soria. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
Yes, with that recusal for
Recusal.
item one, I think it was 1U.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Now we'll move on to ceremonial presentations. First up, we have a proclamation for one of our recently passed away rock star employees, John DeLuca. Sponsors are Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilwoman Soria, and I know the clerk needed a couple of minutes to allow the folks to come in. But if my colleagues could get their proclamation ready. Brianna, do we have the folks that we need to have in the room?
Yes, we do. We have Gavin.
All right, Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. And I know Gavin is here representing the family, and I'm very proud to do the proclamation with Councilwoman Soria. As we know, John DeLucia was a rock star, as Luis mentioned. This is an employee here from the city of Fresno, a long time, that I got to know, that my staff got to know, and many have known for a long time. He's incredible man, always helpful, always took care of what needed to be done, regardless of the demand, regardless of the time. And unfortunately, he got ill, was battling some illnesses, and passed away. And I just think it's important to recognize people who really, for a career, go above and beyond and serve the citizens of Fresno so well. I mean, that's what we're all doing here. That's why we're all here. And he was the personification of somebody who just always went above and beyond. And I'm very saddened by his loss. I wish his family the very best. It's never easy when we lose somebody that we love, and never easy when we lose somebody that we respect. And we respected him and cared a great deal for John. And so with that, I'll pass it to Councilmember Soria.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. I also just want to echo those exact words. I first, want to extend my condolences to the family. We know that obviously amidst this pandemic, we're seeing hundreds and thousands of people die and be victims of COVID. And I know that over the last few years, John was ill. And so it was sad to see that, he was one of those that left us far too soon. I want to just say what an incredible person that he was. He made us always look good. He turned around our projects so quickly. And he always had a smile. That was like the beautiful part about John. And so we take that with us. And that is why we fought so hard with previous administrations from privatizing our print shop. And I hope that John's memory continues to live in the print shop that will continue in the city of Fresno, because it was people like John that made sure that that print shop in the city of Fresno really help us do the work that we do every single day in a successful way. So I want to just, again, express my condolences, and just, Gavin, I know that you were close to John, so also to you and the friendship that you had. But again, I hope that this entire city remembers him as an incredible person, as someone that always had a smile and that just made us look good. And I appreciate everything he did for the city of Fresno.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Soria. If I could just say a few words too, and Gavin, please express our condolences to the family. John was such a great guy, good friend, and he was really the epitome of, one of the most exceptional employees for the city of Fresno. I mean, his mentality was always, he didn't know how to say no. He always knew how to make things work, how to make sure that, he really provided what you needed, but he did it in a way where, his professionalism and his work ethic was one of the most, admirable things that I always saw in John. And the many of you know that I worked for former Councilmember, now Supervisor Quintero. He was the unofficial historian for Fresno, and John was an enabler in that, where I think the first city charter that the city of Fresno provided, I have a copy of that in my office, and John was the one that actually worked his magic and was able to really provide that, and Sal would pass those out. So we have the very first water bond that were issued in the city of Fresno, and I don't know how John did it, but he managed to blow that up from a small size, and the image was just so great. I have that in my office too, and so I got a lot of great memories from his work here at City Hall and in the city of Fresno. And I know he was a great dad too, and we're going to miss him. If you could just express those words to the family, we would definitely appreciate it. I have Councilmember Carbasi, and then I have our mayor that also wants to speak. Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. I've been a council member for just under 2 years now, and everything that my colleagues have said with their extensive experience about John is completely true. I mean, he was better than going to FedEx office. I mean, he was amazing. And I want Gavin, if you can just convey to the family, and I actually had this conversation with John. He was so valuable to this city that in the last budget negotiations, we were fighting for who can have Gavin because we wanted him that bad. Not Gavin. I said, well, we want you too, Gavin, but John. He really was a special person who just, I mean, he was a pure professional, and he's really the gold standard of how anyone in this building should behave and operate. So please, to the family, we really are sorry for your loss. It's a loss for you. It's a loss for this city, and your father and your husband, great human being. Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I also want to express my condolences to John's family for the loss, and also thank the family for the sacrifice that they made over the years. John put in some long hours. He was one of those individuals who never said no to us, and really epitomized what a public servant is. I know in my time in the police department, we used the print shop quite a bit. And John was very, very responsive to me and to all of my staff. And so he'll be deeply missed, and he'll be hard to replace, but he won't be forgotten. I know he won't be forgotten by me, won't be forgotten by this council, and he won't be forgotten by all of our other employees in the city of Fresno. John did an incredible job, and just want to say he'll be missed.
Thank you, Mayor. And so with that, I'll turn it back to the presenters of the proclamation. We could have the clerk read the proclamation.
Sure thing. Whereas John DeLucia was born on April 21st, 1972 in Madera, California, and whereas his children, Dominique and Sophie, were the most important people in John's life. He was a loving and devoted father, and his children were his world. He spent every free moment he had with his kids, whether it was hanging out with them, going to the races, weekend trips to the beach, helping the kids with schoolwork, or building half pipe in the backyard. And whereas in 2003, John started his career as a central print clerk in the copy center at Fresno City Hall. John was promoted to a graphics technician in 2010. And whereas John always had a can-do attitude and saved many staff members who had last-minute rush orders for printing. His quality of work was nothing but the best, and he was always willing to help in any way he could to get the job done. No matter how big or how small, he was able to get it done on time. John was always willing to help when called upon, and loved the challenge of coming up with new graphic designs whenever one was needed. John was very helpful and accommodating. Many city employees have stories about John where he had come through for them on the last-minute project and was always eager to help. And whereas John spares time, he was a huge fan of Formula One racing and enjoyed taking his kids to the races whenever possible. He enjoyed working on cars with his son and playing virtual racing games. And whereas John's life was cut short after a courageous battle with cancer that he fought to the last few years, he was always optimistic and tried to stay positive. John will always be remembered for his work ethic and being such a great employee. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council hereby express its sincere appreciation to John DeLucia and proclaim Thursday, January 28th, 2021 to be John DeLucia Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you for that, Kirk, and thank you, Gavin, for receiving that on behalf of the family. If you want to say a few words.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to thank everybody for doing this for John. The morning that I got the call from St. Agnes that he had passed away, the first thing I thought of was getting a hold of my council member and asking that we do a proclamation for John. I don't think there's any department that John didn't touch in the city. You know, he was one of the first people I ever met because he was the one that used to take our ID badge photos. And we developed quite the friendship. You know, he, after his divorce, him and I became really close. He would come to me with, you know, anytime he needed something, and I was happy to assist him. We lived about a block apart from each other, so I'd taken him over the last couple of years to many doctor's appointments and picked him up for many doctor's appointments. And he touched my life in a way that I will always remember. He was, you know, on a professional basis, he was always there no matter what the request is, like you guys have stated before. His attitude and his can-do, you know, demeanor was just refreshing at the city. You know, I've worked with many departments, and I have yet to find an employee in the city of Fresno that had work ethic and the positive can-do attitude that John had. So his children were his world. Over the last few years, I got to know his son quite well, and there's nothing he wouldn't do for his kids, and his kids were the most important thing to him. And I want them to know how much they meant to him and how much the city meant to John and the lives that he touched. I hope that this will be a reminder to them as they grow up that their dad was loved by so many people and he meant so many things to so many of us. So thank you, Gary, for putting this together for me. And thanks to all the council and the mayor for taking the time to sign this. And I hope this will be a cherished memory for his children for the rest of their lives. So with that, thank you very much, you guys.
Thank you, Gavin. Appreciate you. Next up will be go ahead, Councilmember
No, I
Bredefeld.
just want to say thanks, Gavin. Appreciate it. Those words are fantastic and accurately reflect what we all feel. Thank you. Thank you, Gavin.
Thank you. Next up, we have a proclamation for the Fresno Irrigation District's 100th anniversary, the centennial commemoration. And Brianna, I believe we have one of the board members, the very famous Ryan Jacobson, and then Bill Stretch that leads the charge over at FID. And I just want to say a few words of appreciation for Bill, for Ryan, and the work that you guys do. I think a lot of people don't really understand what FID does and the important role it plays in not just the water conveyance, but making sure that those water supplies get to where they need to get to, whether it's for our ag folks, whether it's for the city, and mainly providing the safe and healthy, accessible water supplies. You guys do a lot of work here in our community, and people really don't know what that looks like. And folks should know, and for the public is interest, you guys were great partners when we were cleaning up Fancher Creek. You've been great partners in making sure that we have our trails and our walkways and providing those amenities for the city of Fresno. And I know we butt heads sometimes, but we appreciate the work that you guys do, from when Gary Serrato was there to now Bill taking over. You guys really kind of taken that organization to the next level. And so with that, I want to give Ryan an opportunity to say a few words, and then maybe Bill as well.
Fantastic. Ryan? Yeah, thank you, Council President Chavez, council members, Mayor Dyer, and City Manager Escueda. It's awesome to be here in front of so many friends today. So most of you probably know me as that ag guy, or at least that's what all the people in Starbucks and Home Depot call me as. But when it comes to the other hat I wear, I've had the honor of serving on the board of directors for the Fresno Irrigation District. I'm at my 13th year, and I've served, I think this is now my 7th year as the board president, and it's been an amazing adventure. I can't start this day without talking, what about that amazing weather we're having outside? I mean, it's what a storm we've gotten so far, and hopefully it's going to be great for our upcoming year here. But we're here to celebrate Fresno Irrigation District Centennial. It's really an amazing feat. The fact that we really grew up together. I know the city of Fresno was developed before that, but we actually had predecessors to our irrigation district that was bringing water to this area long before that. But as far as our official formation was back in 1920. And so many people think, well, the Fresno Irrigation District, you guys do water. And it's like, yeah, water is part of it, the movement of water. We have a staff of 70 amazing people who really do make that side of things pretty easy. But in today's world, it's not the movement of water that really matters the most. It's the protection of that water. And I'm sure all of you are familiar with some of the issues that we have going on as far as the protection of that water. We know what that water means to this area, this region. It really, truly makes this desert bloom. Not just agriculturally speaking, but the Fresno Irrigation District has obviously been, since the beginning, partners with the cities of Fresno and Clovis. And it is extraordinarily important to us to continue to not only just utilize that relationship, but strengthen it over time, because we need to be unified on all fronts when it comes to the protection of our water rights and making sure we're doing everything we can to put us in the best situation for our citizens, because water allows this economy to blossom. And so with that, is my honor today to introduce the general manager of the Fresno Irrigation District, Bill Stretch. Bill's been with been the CEO or the general manager for about 2 years, but he's been with the district for over 2 decades. Many of you know him there, but he's going to say a couple of words as well as talk about a video that we did for our centennial.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan, and good morning, Council President Luis Chavez, council members, Mayor Dyer, Manager Tommy Escueda. Nice to have you back, Tommy, and Georgianne, I see you too, and the rest of the city staff. And as Ryan mentioned, I've been with the district over 20 years. I've worked with many of the sitting council members and many of your staff, and I've always cherished that relationship we've had with the city. And as Ryan mentioned, 2020 was a very unique and special year in a lot of ways, but for FID, we celebrated our centennial. And we have a short video to share with you later. And look, it tells our story, and we're very proud of the way it turned out. When I took over 2 years ago, one of the things that we wanted to focus a little more on was getting our message out there to the general public and to our stakeholders. So we've revamped our website, Fresno Irrigation District. I'm sorry, FresnoIrrigationDistrict.com. Check it out. We're on social media now, and that's something that's very new to us. So we've just done that about a year ago. We're on Twitter, LinkedIn, and some of the others, Facebook, and one other that's slipping my mind right now. But so we're really proud of what we've done there. And one of the things that over the 20 years that I've worked here and worked with city staff, I've always been impressed by just the knowledge and just how just the knowledge and overall dedication of a lot of your city staff members. And I want to specifically call out a few of them. Tommy Escueda, prior to his current role, city manager, when he headed up GPU several years ago, we worked with him hand in hand in developing the revamped conveyance agreement, along with Georgianne White. And that took several years to bring that forward. And then several years before that, we worked on the trails agreement. Proud that both agencies agreed to that back in late 2018. And we worked with Public Works Director Scott Mosier. And of course, just in the last year or two, we've worked a lot with Michael Carbajal there in DPU and Jennifer Clark in planning. So you have a tremendous staff, always great to work with. And as Ryan mentioned earlier, whether we're delivering water to your surface water treatment plants, delivering water to leaky acres and the rest of the flood control basins for recharge. We help manage both the Kings River water supply and your CVP water supply off the San Joaquin River. Coordination, we're partners in the stream group. We're partners now in the trails. I have a meeting set up later today with Mark Standrift to talk about some of the trash issues on our canals. And so again, just you guys have been a great partners, and actually for over 100 years, as Ryan mentioned. And but I have one other thing to present you, but before we do that, if we could watch the video now, I think this would be a great time.
Yeah, Bill, I heard it's an hour-long video, so we might have to cut it short a little bit, just for the sake of time. But Brianna, if you could play the video.
Well, it's been 100 years since the Fresno Irrigation District was established in 1920, but it's not as well known that actually it's been 150 years since the irrigation history in the Fresno area began. That was in 1870, and right out here where the Fresno Canal headgate is now is where construction began in 1870 on the Fresno Canal, which was the first canal to bring water into the Fresno area and was responsible for so much of the development in what is now Fresno, as well as Clovis.
The predecessor to the Fresno Irrigation District went down and bought a lot of land downstream on the Kings River that had historically had some riparian rights. And they transferred all those water rights up to the Fresno Canal and Irrigation Company, and they were the predecessors to FID. In 1920, the legislature in California enacted legislation that allowed for the creation of irrigation districts. We're 100 years old today because in 1920, when the irrigation district law was passed, Fresno Irrigation District was formed, and they then bought from the Fresno Canal an irrigation company all of the water rights that that old company had acquired over time.
Those of us who are landowners in the Fresno Irrigation District are extremely fortunate in that our forebears were able to negotiate the lion's share of the Kings River to come into Fresno. And with that surface water, it makes our land so much more valuable and sustainable than any other land in the Central Valley.
The one thing I like about Fresno Irrigation District, and they're not alone in this, but it's certainly true and enjoyable, is that if there's water behind the dam, it's yours. If it doesn't rain, we've all got problems. If it rains, well, you're going to get some water. There's no question about that.
My grandparents started farming in Kerman over 100 years ago. So we're privileged that we've been with FID since its existence in the Kerman area and 50 plus years here. You have to be somewhat strange to say that you enjoy paying taxes. But if I had one tax that I enjoy paying, it's FID. I believe the communities, I believe the farmers, everybody gets a real benefit from FID.
When I think back to the early days of the district, we really need to pay respect and think back to what they meant to this area and to this region. And I think back to just the tremendous amount of foresight, the knowledge they had, the business savvy to go after those water rights and put together a business plan to purchase the over 800 miles of canal infrastructure and water rights that came with that.
When we made water delivery to our growers, we went from the gate and we moved backwards. And what that basically meant is we are a service provider. So the service we wanted to provide wanted to be second to none, still get the water to our growers, but we actually had another entity that kind of grew and developed, and those were the cities.
The city and FID have been working together for well over 50 years, and the city relies upon the district in terms of the conveyance of surface water from the San Joaquin River as well as the Kings River. And we've relied upon that for groundwater recharge, and then today through an expansion of infrastructure. More importantly, we are utilizing that surface water to directly treat it, deliver that to our customers, and that allows us to save our groundwater and ensure sustainable water for decades to come.
For Clovis, it certainly presents an opportunity for some great partnerships. We partner in many ways that are a bit invisible to the general public. Fresno Irrigation District provides the water to our surface water treatment plant, to our recharge basins. We partner with them in the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and in water banking facilities, their canals and water conveyances, and their cooperation and partnership with Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District is critical to protecting our residents from flooding, but those are largely invisible.
FID's leadership has always had at their origin the protection and management of our surface water and groundwater resources. And that includes things like recharge, monitoring the water level, making sure that we have our finger on the pulse in terms of what's happening with the aquifer, and then planning projects accordingly. Cities of Fresno and Clovis are within the FID boundary, and we have a unique partnership with our city municipality agencies. So it's extremely important that that resource is reliable and that we have properly maintained infrastructure so that we can properly deliver that water without interruption to all of Fresnans and all FID customers.
FID's main canal systems are about 150 years old and were constructed primarily in the late 1800s with newer systems after the turn of the century. We have about 310 miles of open canal and about 360 miles of pipelines. Of our pipelines, about half are cast in place pipeline, and a majority of our pipelines are 40 years or older.
So this is the sloping crew, and what they do is they take the silts and the dirt that's built up in the bottom of the canal over the last irrigation system. We try to get it back up on the sides of the banks. It helps the water flow better. So there's pipelines at the end of our open canals, and it helps keep the debris out of the pipelines also.
So this valley's agriculture industry started with wheat here locally, and the wheat industry was strong from the mid 1800s all the way through the early 1900s, and then about the 19 teens sometimes when we started to see that transition to permanent crops. So the system that we have here is we have these micro misters that literally just fan the water out and cover the whole root zone of these almond trees here. It's a very efficient use of water. We're able to take this water and we keep it within the root zone, and you know, it really has increased our crop per drop for these trees here. But over here, we have obviously the open row, and this open row is what we're able to utilize during flood years. We're able to take excess flows, we're able to turn on the valves and run water down these rows and literally just let it sink down. This, as you can see, the soil is extraordinarily sandy, and it's incredible for agriculturally speaking. It does some wonders when it comes to these trees and vines. But when it comes to being able to recharge the groundwater aquifer, this soil does amazing things.
Anytime you want to sell this land, it's sold at a premium, and there's no negotiation necessary. There's no brokers necessary. You can sell it on your own if you're savvy about land sales. And quite frankly, you're always going to get above and beyond market price. If nothing else, they realize the value of FID.
We've had employees here, some that have been here 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. They know the district like the back of their hand. And we're losing them because they're retiring out. So our job now is to train the next generation of employees, and we're investing in that. The responsibility is making sure that we're continuing to provide, to protect the water, to convey the water, to maintain the systems that send the water out to the community.
For 100 years, FID has been fulfilling its mission, which is essentially to protect and manage the surface and groundwater supplies for the present and future needs within the district. There's a reason why our groundwater supply and aquifer is so plentiful below us. We divert over 500,000 acre feet on average, so that's roughly the size of Millerton Lake, into the Fresno Irrigation District every year. And if not for our forefathers, what they put together over 100 years ago, this area wouldn't be what it is today.
All right, I felt like I was in history, geography class all over again at Fresno State. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Bill. I know you wanted to say a few words, and I think you guys had some goodies or something.
Yes, well, thank you so much for letting us share that with you. Yeah, really proud of the way that turned out. And earlier in the week, we sent over some goodies for some of the key staff members and the council members. I won't take up any more time, but just a very small token of our appreciation. And then also, Council President Chavez, I believe you have something special that wanted to present. It's a commemorative water drop plaque. And that's just on behalf of myself and our board of directors that, you know, we want to present to the city of Fresno for just being a great partner for over 100 years, and, you know, to our shared mission and constituency. So thank you very much. And
yeah,
Spence has it.
Thank you for that, Bill. And you know, you and I kind of had some parallel paths where we worked for some of the I call them City of Fresno veterans, Gary on your side and Sal on my side. And I remember being in a lot of those meetings, and you know, you've really come a long ways in the work you're doing out there. And so I just wanted to say that publicly and thank you for the work you've been doing at FID. I know they're in good hands over there. And so with that, Clerk, could you read the proclamation?
Yes, before I do that, this is the item that they presented to the city. It's in recognition and appreciation of their longstanding and critical partnership with the city of Fresno for the shared constituent. It's very pretty.
Awesome.
Or Mayor, I'll bring that to you. Okay, in the proclamation. No. Whereas the Fresno Irrigation District is celebrating its 100th anniversary as a century of commitment, conveyance, and customer service throughout 2020, after its founding in 1920 by far-sighted area landowners and other citizens. And whereas the Fresno Irrigation District encompasses some 250,000 acres and supplies the Fresno and Clovis metropolitan region with most of its agricultural and municipal waters. And whereas the Fresno Irrigation District was founded as part of the early efforts that decades later led to the 1954 completion of the Pine Flat Dam on the Kings River, and over the last 100 years has worked tirelessly to help establish Kings River water rights, entitlements, and policies. And whereas the Fresno Irrigation District is a premier irrigation district, it has been a Central California leader in developing, organizing, managing, operating, protecting, and conveying water supplies for the benefit of its stakeholders and Fresno residents and businesses. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes and celebrates the 100th anniversary and centennial commemoration of the Fresno Irrigation District. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim January 28th, 2021 to be Fresno Irrigation District Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Ryan. Appreciate you guys coming out today. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you again.
All right. Next up, we have a proclamation for Corin Hogger Day by Council Member Maxwell. And it's important to note that Corin and I were, I believe, 3 years ago, taco eating judges at the Taco Throwdown downtown. And I can tell you that I don't know where he fits it, but he put those 20 plus tacos away. And it was pretty magnificent to see that. So Councilmember Maxwell, you have the floor.
Hey, good morning, everybody. And good morning, Corin. I just want to say straight off the bat that I've seen council members of the past give out proclamations seemingly, every other meeting, and that's fine. My office decided we're going to be a lot more selective when we're handing out proclamations. And so just know when I give out a proclamation, it's because somebody really deserved it and truly earned it. And I wanted to make sure that the very first proclamation that I gave out as a council member was somebody who made District 4 proud, somebody that's made our city proud, somebody that has brought value and made our community proud and brought honor to their own industry. And Corin, nobody does all of those things better than you. You're the first person that came to my mind when I was trying to think of who I wanted our first recipient to be. Your reporting here in Fresno over the last 15 years has been phenomenal, but I think it's really the reporting that you delivered throughout 2020, one of the craziest years in living memory, that really shines. Whether it was your Creek Fire reporting on race relations locally or nationally, covering politics, again, both national and local, but especially your coverage of the COVID-19 crisis, Corin. You did such a phenomenal job of keeping people updated on the COVID rates, the outbreaks, the ICU capacities that are local hospitals, and now information regarding vaccinations. It got to the point where I would wake up, and when I wanted to learn about what was going on with COVID, I would go to your Twitter feed, Corin. I wouldn't go to the county's website, and I think that says a lot about your reporting. You were timely, you were efficient, and it's not just what you're reporting, Corin, it's how you're doing it. I think you've been extremely innovative by the way you've adapted to using social media to get the word and the news out that much more quickly and to engage your audience. I think I first discovered you probably on Twitter or Facebook because you're always on top of it. And you've been public recently, Corin, about undergoing a major surgery recently, and you're already back at it. You are a phenomenal person, Corin. You're a good man. You're a great reporter. And I just want to take a quick second to acknowledge how important local news is in any community, but especially the city of Fresno. I think we as elected officials have to realize the day is going to come when an unflattering article comes out about any one of us. And that doesn't mean it's fake. That doesn't mean it's not true. That doesn't mean it's not newsworthy and it's not of value. You educate our community, you hold public officials and institutions accountable. And all I have to say, Corin, is thank you for your service to our community. Keep it up. I look forward to continue scrolling through your Twitter feeds late at night and early in the morning to learn about what's going on in our community. And before I hand it over to the clerk to read the proclamation, I think I heard a knock at your door, Corin.
There a knock at the door? The doorbell just went off. Dogs don't like it.
Can someone turn on his video? I want to see him.
Oh gosh.
He's going to be
Or
really
we want to see the
disappointed when he
surprise.
realizes it's not a giant check.
I think that they just delivered something to my wife, but I didn't want to get up just in case the video came on. Oh, oh, that's so sweet. Can't see
Can
me,
our clerk
but,
turn on the
it's a-
video?
Yeah, you can't see me because the host has the, oh, there we go, start my video.
There we go.
There we go.
Ah, that's what
Yes.
just arrived. That's pretty awesome. Oh, some flowers too. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry it's not $1 million, Corin, but I want to just truly express my gratitude to you as a person and your role as a reporter. And we'll give you a few words here at the end, Corin, but City Clerk, our recipient, is in receipt of the proclamation. Would you please read said proclamation?
Sure. Whereas Corin Harger's impact on local news has made a difference in people's lives by keeping them informed on crucial issues, holding public institutions accountable, and educating residents across the valley in his role with ABC 30 Action News, and has empowered our community with factual reporting and updates on local and national issues. And whereas Corin is commended for his 15 years of journalistic service to the valley, including covering recent breaking news such as the devastating Creek Fire and local public safety reform. And whereas the city of Fresno recognizes Corin as being a core local reporter during the emergence of COVID-19 global pandemic by providing public with accessible details and timeline updates through initiative actions like social media regarding the latest COVID-19 cases and more recently on COVID-19 vaccine. And whereas Corin has generously given his time, support, passion, and expertise to perform while being a dedicated family man who recently returned to work ready to serve the community shortly after undergoing major surgery. And whereas Corin's inspiring trajectory as a journalist has been recognized by the Radio Television News Directors Association and has earned him an Emmy for his work. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim January 28th, 2021 to be Corin Harger's Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations, Corin.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. This is really amazing. It's really just it was a surprise when Tyler me, and I really, really appreciate it. I'm gonna keep this short so you guys can get to work and I can report on it. But I just want to say that I really, truly love the city of Fresno. I've only been here about 16% as long as the Irrigation District, but this is my home and I love my job as well. And I'm a little emotional because I'm really honored to receive this proclamation as a tribute to journalism itself and all the work we do at ABC 30. I don't do this alone, and I really appreciate everybody at the station for helping me do my job a little bit better. So I just wanted to thank all of you, and yeah, I appreciate it more than you can know.
Thank you, Corin. Mayor, got Mayor queued up, and then Councilmember Arias right after.
Yeah, just real briefly, congratulations, Corin. You know, there's two types of reporters. There's the normal reporters that get things assigned to them, and then there's the investigative reporters. Corin, you are the premier investigative reporter, and we all know that, which is good unless you're on the bad side of one of those investigative reports, which, you know, unfortunately I've been on over the years. But I know you're fair. I know you're committed to Fresno, and you know, even during the times with your health issues, you were still at home, chomping at the bits to get in the game and tweeting and so forth. And I know during the time that I had COVID, you text me daily to check on me. So I thank you. I know sometimes we're not always on the same side of the issue, but I want you to know I respect you as a reporter, and I consider you to be a friend. So God bless you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Arias, and then Councilmember Esparza, Vice President Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. Just kudos to Corin. You know, when ABC 30 lost Gene Higginson, I wondered, you know, what happens when the Genes and the George Hostetler's go away? Who steps up? And I've always been impressed by Channel 30, the Fresno Bee, and all the mainstream media locally, that you all find a way to keep folks with integrity, with the tenacity to do those deep dive stories on Mayor Dyer. A hint there. There's a few there today. But although we may be uncomfortable with some of those stories, we can at least rely that they're accurate and they're in the greater public good for everybody to know as much as we do. And to Councilmember Maxwell's point, when I wanted accurate data on COVID cases and ICU beds, I went to court instead of the county supervisors, unfortunately. So that says a lot about the situation we're in, but it also reaffirms the fact that the media has a very strong role in our local community, and you are a great example of it. I know you guys have taken quite a bit of hits over the last 4 years, especially in 2020. It's fair to say that the media is probably number 2 to local officials who are, take quite a bit of criticism, scrutiny, and, threats from all kinds. I know that's not what your family signed up for, to take that level of harassment from some folks in our community. But nonetheless, you all perform your job with dignity and with professionalism. And that's what we need in our city, is more folks like you holding us accountable, even though it makes us extremely uncomfortable and it makes our lives sometimes more difficult. So keep chasing those stories. Mayor Dyer has a lot to offer over the next 4 years. So, keep at it, Corin.
Vice President Esparza, followed by Councilwoman Soria.
Yeah, Corin, so not only do I appreciate, again, the accuracy and the integrity of your reporting, I appreciate your personal resilience, right, as some of my colleagues have alluded to. I remember the first time we really had a conversation and chatted, I think you had a boot on one of your feet or legs, right? And you were still out there, out and about, putting the mic in front of my face, for that interview, right? And now with your recent health challenges as well. So it's very clear that nothing's going to stop you from doing your job on behalf of not only your employer, but the entire community. I also have to give kudos to you for your reporting on the pandemic. No doubt that you putting the most up-to-date and accurate information that we had at the time, making it available has certainly saved lives. So I know you don't think of journalists necessarily in that way, reporters in that manner. But undoubtedly, information and what you provided has saved folks' lives here directly in our community. So I want to thank you. I encourage you to keep doing what you're doing. Continue to hold us all accountable here in government.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Soria, and then Councilmember Carbasi.
I thought I saw Councilmember Bredefeld raise his hand before I did, so I'll go ahead and let him. That's okay.
Oh, Councilmember Bredefeld. Go ahead, Councilwoman Soria. We'll get him out.
He's on mute. Okay. Anyways, I just also want to just congratulate Corin for the recognition. I echo, the words that have been said by my colleagues, and obviously media is so I know that you add to that, and so I'm grateful that we do have you here in the city of Fresno and in the Valley, reporting and just your not letting up attitude, really get down to the details. And I really appreciate that about you, because I know a lot of reporters, and many of them, just stay on the surface, because that's the easy thing to do. You just want to get down deep into the details, into the weeds, and until you really confirm stuff in order to be able to report it. So I appreciate really the work and look forward to seeing, more reporting from you here in our community. So thank you, Corin.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the work also, Corin. You and I, we clash on many things, but I have a respect for you, and that's meaningful to me. Because there aren't many folks in the media, honestly, that I respect. You are one of them, and I don't always agree. I think there's a lot more always that the media can do, and I'm as critical of us as elected leaders as well. There's many things we need to do that aren't done, and there's many things we need to do, politicians in general, that are much more honest and forthright and transparent, that does not get done. So there's a lot of criticism for elected officials. There's a lot of criticism, rightfully so, for the media. But you are one of the people, in my opinion, that really does stories in a meaningful way, in a forthright way. I think your COVID reporting, with all of the data, as everyone has alluded to, is superior. I don't think anybody can question that at all. And I know also that when I'm talking about a story or have had press conferences, you've always asked me very direct, intelligent questions. And so I want to acknowledge that. You and I sometimes differ on the point of view of a story, or I feel that something else ought to be covered in addition. But you're always on top of the game, and I think you do things in a very professional way, and I respect it. And I just want you to know that I respect it, even though we may differ. And I'm glad also, I know you've had a health issue. I've had them in the past as well, battling cancer. And so I know what that's involved. And I'm glad that you're back working, doing well. And I look forward to you reporting for many years, Corey.
Thank you. And then closing us off will be Councilmember Karbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Corin, I just wanted to congratulate you. I want to thank Councilmember Maxwell for his first proclamation being a member of the media, to show the public that the media is not the enemy. You know, what folks like you do, investigative journalists, is expose the truth, the real truth. And you are the unofficial fourth branch of government. And you really do keep government honest. And especially with you, you have a reputation, you're approachable. These aren't just empty words. I think you get along with everybody regardless of affiliation, because your job is to expose the truth, and Democrats and Republicans and independents all want the truth. Thank you so much to you and other members of the media for doing what you do to keep us honest.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Karbasi. Corin, I'll say a few words. I joked earlier about our taco eating adventures, but I forgot to mention that you brought a helper that day, and she was very. I know where she got it from. I'll say that, but I just want to thank you for your professionalism and your work ethic. You and I have had this conversation about just the importance of getting accurate information out to our community, and I just wanted to publicly thank you for that. And I'm sure we'll be seeing each other out there, and maybe not the taco eating contest, but we're working on some other contests coming up. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Corin.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Tyler.
All right, next up, we've got council member reports and comments. And I'm going to go in a numerical order. So Councilwoman Soria, you're up.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple that I have here. We are still doing food distributions in the city of Fresno. The next one in District 1 is on February 17th, which is a Wednesday at from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. at Heaton Elementary School. So we encourage families who are in need to come out. Also, on February 10th, so a few days from now, we're going to have a community meeting, Council Member Miguel Arias and I, on the Belmont and Palm Bikeway. It is going to be a virtual meeting at 6 p.m. So please tune in to our social media and Facebooks to be able to get the link. We want your guys' input as we're designing the protected bike lane that will be from Belmont all the way on Palm, from Belmont to Dakota. So stay tuned for those fun meetings.
Hey, Councilmember Karbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to do my best to get the brevity award today. I want to thank Dawn Golick with the Small Business Administration. She's actually a District 2 resident, and all the folks over there doing everything they can to help get federal help for our small businesses here in Fresno. Great job. Regarding vaccines, I want to thank the Fresno County Department of Public Health, Dr. Vora, Dr. Palmaville. My father did receive the vaccine while we had supplies a couple of weeks ago. He's doing well. And I want to encourage everyone else, please do get a vaccine once we have the supplies available locally, because it's the fastest way we're going to be able to get that herd immunity to open up our businesses and relieve pressure, and most importantly, save the lives of our seniors and healthcare workers and everyone else who is affected by this terrible virus. I want to thank the mayor and welcome again for your help regarding the issue we had in my district at Sprouts. I really appreciate your comments and encouraging everyone to wear a mask. I appreciate the leadership and thank you so much for that. Once again, welcoming Tyler Maxwell, our newest council member. Already making your mark. That's terrific. And looking forward to working with you. And the traffic issues. Last thing I want to say is, folks, the roads are wet. You've been hearing a lot more about traffic accidents, motorcycle fatalities, unfortunately. Please be careful with COVID. There are more people drinking now than they were before. Unfortunately, we had a young man, 13 years old, who was injured pretty badly in an accident in Northwest Fresno. Just be careful out there. It takes 5 more minutes to get somewhere. It's worth it. It's okay, as long as you get there safely. Thank you very much. And again, it's my honor to serve you. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council. Just a couple of things. One, I want for the record, I am a 49ers fan, so supporting Tom Flores getting to the Hall of Fame is just a factual statement. So I don't want to lose any family over, this resolution, because if you're a Niner fan, we're like oil and water to the Raiders. And I have a lot of Raider constituents, so I'm going to be supportive, but I also want to keep my family intact. So I'm going to still remain a Niner fan. With that said, just a quick thing for the mayor. I know he's going to give us an update on a few items today. We appreciate him being added to the agenda for that. But in the past, we had closed the warming centers and the cooling centers because of COVID. But now with the rain pouring down, it looks like the weather's going to be bad for a few days. If the mayor can, evaluate whether it's time to reopen the warming centers, at least to provide some temporary shelter for the homeless who, we don't want them to just, turn on some propane tanks inside tents to try and keep warm during these cold nights. So I'll leave it up to the mayor and the city manager on assessing whether it's time to reopen up the warming centers. I know quite a bit of them are in my district, in those community centers that have been closed for a few months thanks to COVID. On the other item, the Tower Theater, I want to tell the residents, we've received your thousands of emails, Twitter messages, Facebook messages, a few smoke signals. So we got all those messages. The administration and the council are trying to work with all the parties to try and find a mutual resolution for everyone's interest. So just, stay engaged, stay informed, but we are working on it. We have received it. And I think the mayor and I are in a competition to respond to every single email that we get. So from this morning, Mayor, my inbox is clear now. So I'm not sure where you're at, but we did get hundreds of emails over the last few days and we are reading them. So thank you for sending those emails and especially for adding your addresses to reaffirm, the constituents that we have and not just hearing from, folks who may be out of state or outside the area. And then the last point, Mayor, I've been hearing a lot of conversations around recruiting of police officers and some conversations about us recruiting officers from Seattle, Washington. I just wanted to get an update either from the chief or from the mayor at some point, doesn't have to be here, but around what our strategy is going to be to make sure that we do the proper background checks on any officers that we recruit, especially from departments that have been or are being investigated based on the activity at the United States Capitol. So just, if you can give us an update, I'm sure we have background, checks that occur, but we want to be a little more thoughtful given the incidents at the National Capitol. So with that, thank you, Council President, and I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. If Paul were still around, I might get the blah, blah, blah award, but there are a lot of people I'd like to thank. I'm finishing up my first month here on the job and had a lot of help along the way from my colleagues who gave me a really warm welcome. But I do want to thank a lot of city staff who have actually taken the time to meet with me and sit down and help me as I transition into my new role. Thank you, Mark Standriff. Thank you, City Manager's Office, Tommy, Francine, Greg, and Georgianne. Thank you to the City Clerk, Yvonne and Brianna, to our City Attorney, Doug, and his team. With Facts, I want to thank Joe Vargas. With Parks, I want to extend a thank you to TJ and Aaron Aguirre. Public Works, thank you to Scott Mosier and Bill Herr. DPU, Mike Carbajal, you've been awesome. You gave me a tour of all your facilities the last few months. Airport, thank you to Kevin Michael. And also thank you to my staff. I couldn't have done it without my staff. I have an amazing crew. Again, Laura, Diana, Carmen, Nabil, and our intern, McKay. They're helping us not just on the reactive side, but helping us also be a proactive council district. This last week, we did a tour of Cary Park, and we had a lot of meetings with city staff about Cary Park. It's one of our most utilized parks in District 4. We have a tot lot, we have a skate rink, we have 4 baseball diamonds, we have a tennis court, we play pétanque tournaments there. But it's also in a great state of disrepair. They were putting in new lighting fixtures last year and the contractor went under. And over the last year, there's been ditches several feet deep throughout the park, giant mounds of dirt, and exposed electrical wiring. And it's been an extremely dangerous situation for our children and our families. But thankfully, Public Works and Parks have stepped up to the plate and they're helping us resolve this issue. And hopefully we see a good turnaround in that park in the next 90 days. As far as upcoming events, we do have a blood drive event in conjunction with SEIU 521 and Central California Blood Center. It's going to be this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at 5228 East Pine. You're welcome to show up, but if you want to pre-register, I do have the event on our council Facebook page. Lastly, I just want to announce in the coming weeks and months, we're going to be unveiling some new policies under the umbrella of what I'm calling Conserve Fresno. This is a policy package, an initiative package that's meant to get people vaccinated more quickly, conserving our local environment, whether that's our air, water, or our parks and green spaces. So my staff and I have been working really diligently on this package, and I look forward to unveiling pieces of it here and there over the next few months. So thank you, Council President.
Councilmember Bradefeld?
I'm good.
All right, Vice President Esparza?
Yes. So we will also be, my office will also be partnering with the working men and women of SEIU 521 this coming Saturday. We encourage folks to come out to their office and give blood. And again, that address, as Councilmember Maxwell had mentioned, is 5228 East Pine Avenue out in East Central Fresno. Additionally, my office will be partnering with the Education Leadership Foundation next Thursday, February 4th. That is for a food distribution at 5 p.m. It's going to be held at Webster Elementary. So we certainly encourage our neighbors in the Webster neighborhood to come out and grab a box. Again, 5 p.m. Next Thursday, February 4th. Lastly, I did want to just provide some very general commentary on the state of the COVID-19 pandemic in our community. Specifically, I want to draw this contrast between what's happening nationwide, where we are seeing for the first time really a steep drop, about 35% in cases, and what's happening here locally, where things are projected to get better, but we still remain in a very precarious position. So, overall as a country, we're finally seeing some progress. I think there's a lot of variables that go into that, but we really haven't quite realized those gains here locally yet. And really at all levels, the new and even more contagious variants of the virus remain a threat to all of this progress because of their propensity to spread very quickly. So I just want to remind folks to continue to wash your hands, social distance, and not just to wear your mask, but to consider doubling up on your mask whenever you're going indoors with folks who are not in your household. We have a light at the end of the tunnel with the vaccine distribution having begun. The city of Fresno thus far has played a key role in public health over the last 10 months or so. And so I think you can expect us to step up and lean in and help facilitate this last stage of the pandemic as well to get us out of this. And I'll remind folks, right, that even though we've seen some volatility in our economy and the ups and the downs, we're not going to have that steady growth and that steady comeback until we defeat the virus. So again, I encourage everyone to, again, wash their hands, social distance, and wear your mask. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Before we go to the mayor, Councilwoman Soria, I know you have a couple of constituents waiting and you want to make an announcement.
Yeah, so I just wanted to chime in before we moved on to the mayor. So as Councilmember Miguel Arias mentioned, we've received hundreds and actually thousands of just messages from constituents in District 1, District 3, and actually throughout the city regarding the Tower Theater. So I just want to make sure that folks that are on the phone can, hold tight. I know that we've gone a little bit longer this morning, but I do want to also thank you guys for the input that we've been getting from all of you, both from those that are supporting and from those that are opposing any potential changes to the use of the historic Tower Theater. I've been very engaged both with my colleague that I share this district with, and with the mayor's office and the city manager, and with our legal counsel. It is a very sensitive issue. We will have, as a council, an opportunity to discuss the next steps. But I did want to assure the community that we hear you, that we share some of the similar concerns, that we have been very clear with our position. Our city manager sent a letter to both the property owner and the potential new buyer about the usage with the Tower Theater and the current zoning, which is a commercial mainstream zoning, and some of its limitations. So we are committed to ensure that everyone's voice is heard on whatever side that you are. As Councilmember Arias mentioned, we are receiving, this is a stack, I know you guys can't really see it, of just letters and emails, and in particular my office, because the Tower Theater is in my office. I've been meeting and talking to everyone that reaches out to me. My door is open. Please continue to contact us. This morning, or maybe late last night, we received a letter from a lot of the businesses in the Olive Avenue corridor. I think there's over 700 signatures, including businesses, faith leaders, and residents that actually live in that neighborhood and that would be the ones impacted by any changes. So just wanted to make sure that folks knew that, we are in tune. The council will get briefed today, and the mayor has been very involved with the administration on that issue with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Soria. And just for the public's benefit, I will be charting out some space for the public to weigh in here right after the mayor's comments. And so our folks that are waiting in the queue, just hold on tight a little bit. We will definitely get to you. Mayor, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Council President, and thank you, Council Member Soria and Arias, for mentioning this as well. So I want to further the update on what's occurring with the Tower Theater, and I too have been the recipient of several hundred emails and letters, and so far, Council Member Arias, I've responded to each and every one of those emails up until midnight, and so and I will continue to do that. And I've taken the time to read them, and really what the message is that the folks who frequent the tower, patronize the tower, or live in the tower, they want to preserve the characteristics and the fabric of the Tower District. Very understandable, and very well thought out letters and emails that I've received. And so I've had conversations with the owner of the Tower Theater a couple of times now. I've had several conversations with the pastor of Adventure Church, and I don't think anybody anticipated this level of division and divisiveness over this issue. But what we have done, and having conversations internally, last night I provided a letter, a proposal letter to the Adventure Church, and that in hopes of a peaceful resolution and providing an alternative site for them to be able to worship in a similar venue. And that venue would be the Fresno Memorial Auditorium. And so we've made a proposal, a 10-year lease. All of the council members have that letter. And it is my hope that they do take advantage of that offer. And I believe it is a very, very fair offer for them. And I'm hoping that as a result of that, it will create some unity back into our community and maybe allow us to get this thing resolved and retain the fabric and the characteristic of the Tower District. So we're doing everything that we can on this end to make that happen. And I'm working closely with Councilperson Soria as well as Councilmember Arias on this. The second thing I wanted to just mention was we had our Beautify Fresno kickoff on Martin Luther King Day. We started in the downtown area as well as the Lowell area. We had over 200 volunteers that came up to beautify the area to pick up litter and trash. Just want to say thank you to all those folks that came out. We also launched Project Off-Ramp on our freeways. This past Monday was the actual first efforts to relocate those individuals on the freeway. And I'm happy to report that 42 people who were contacted on the freeway, who were homeless, who were in tents, all 42 of those took advantage of being relocated into housing, which was very unique. And I think that speaks to the willingness on those folks to want to change their life and become productive again. I want to say thanks to the governor's office for working with us on this pilot project, outreach workers from the Poverello House, the mission. We had CHP, Caltrans partnering with us. The Poverello House brought their food service wagon out there, and we fed the homeless folks burritos, coffee, and then transported them, assigned them a room, transported them to the motel, and so now they're on their way. So I think it's been a good operation. We'll continue to do that as more rooms become available to us. My commitment is that we're not going to displace homeless population in our city from one neighborhood to the next, because we've done that for many years, and quite frankly, it's been a failure. And so this is our opportunity to take those individuals, place them into housing, provide them services, and allow them to become productive citizens again. And so that's our commitment. We did have an incident yesterday that I want to briefly mention at San Benito and H. Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Soria actually took me out to that location last week with our police chief. We visited that site. We made arrangements the following day to have it cleaned up, and we did, and have a bin left there for a weekly pickup. Unfortunately, there was a fire that occurred the following day that displaced many of those folks outside of that area. Yesterday, members of our homeless task force there saw many of those individuals in tents in the middle of the street. There were efforts to have them relocated onto the sidewalks, clearing the roadway, and that has been done. Sanitation workers came out, cleaned up the street. Unfortunately, there was somewhat of some chaos out there, and part of it because of the inclement weather. But it is our commitment to do better in how we address the homeless and how we place the homeless and not displace them into neighborhoods. So just wanted to give those updates, and so thank you, Council President, for the opportunity to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, do you want to give a quick update, or did the Mayor cover that?
There's a few things I wanted to kind of share with the group. First, I wanted to thank the sign language interpreters. Those people are the hardest working people on the screen today. I love watching them go for it. That's awesome.
Yep.
Okay, a couple of things I want to share just on the tax sharing agreement. At the last council meeting, the council approved a contract for us to generate some more data and do some analysis on some work that the county had provided us. So that's moving forward. We should have something either February 8th or February 15th, and that'll be the basis for taking to the next step on the tax sharing. Greg Barfield and I met with Derek Franks yesterday, or this week, Tuesday, just to talk about the Grizzly, their schedule, what they're hearing from MLB, and start discussing the operations agreement. So we're moving forward to get the operations agreement set up. They need 66 days, and it's just what do we want to do the other days. On the Celandorina Valdez work we're doing, council approved the Surplus Land Act for that piece of property. Greg and I and staff are busy putting the package of information together that folks have been asking about, the condition assessments, the appraisals, drawings, all the work that we've historically done. So we're putting all those packages together of information and working with some folks to get that in their hands so they can do their due diligence. So that's moving forward. Since we've started, we've been, using the model where we're sending information out to all of you with tray memos. And so we'll continue that practice. And if there are items that you want us to add or get informed on, let us know. The ones we submitted to you since in this month were related to the police department academy audit, security for the inauguration day, which we executed, some thoughts on the PLA agreement negotiation process, U.S. Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Grant. We gave some guidance on how we're planning to do that, and we're moving forward with one element of that. We want to get one out. We got the one out there on city credit card usage. We just want to make sure we're managing and controlling that and being responsible with how we use the city money on those types of purchase instruments. Sent out one yesterday on the Measure P implementation planning, just kind of how our thinking is going. We want to work with council closely and the Parks Commission, but we're getting some preliminary stuff in place so we can have data and information to kind of move that forward. And then we also provided you one from Gualco and their advocacy update for our DPU and what they're doing for us on water. So we'll continue to just keep you updated. If there are other things you guys need or want, let us know, and we'll be sure to get that information out to you. That's our report.
Thank you, City Manager, Skida, Mayor. You guys have just really hit the ground running. I know it's been trial by fire, but you guys have really stepped up. And Tommy, your motto of we're going 100 miles an hour. Sometimes we need seatbelts though. so let's pace ourselves. But no, doing great work. Appreciate the work you guys have been doing since you came in earlier this month, and I look forward to continue working with you. Council, we've got and just to echo some of the sentiments that Councilwoman Soria made, if you allow me the flexibility before we go to consent, I'd like to take a public comment now on consent items, unscheduled communication, and also our closed session. I know that there have been some folks that have been waiting to speak, particularly with the Tower Theater, and I want to make sure that we're respectful of the public input. I know there's a urgency to get to the people's business, but this is part of the people's business in listening to our constituents. And so with that, I will allocate 30 minutes for public comment on these items. City Clerk, do we have some of the folks queued up?
Yes. Excuse me, Council President, before we go into public comment, I just need to make one announcement regarding the 10 o'clock number 3 item. That item is going to be continued to April the 8th, 2021 at 10 a.m. So if there's anybody here for that, it's not going to be heard today.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that clarification, City Clerk. And I'll echo the sentiments that our City Manager Skida mentioned with regards to our interpreters. Thank you so much. I've gotten a few messages from our residents. They really appreciate making our meetings accessible to folks, whether it's Spanish, Hmong, or ASL. I think what we'll probably likely do is I will make that part of the regular meeting anytime we have a Zoom meeting. So appreciate you for doing that and serving today. So with
Council President, yes. Just a quick question. So the 10 o'clock number 3 item has been removed and moved to another day. It's in my district. I'm just curious. Do you know why that was done?
Let's see. Scott sent me 1 second. I got an email from the department about that.
I don't think that was mentioned when we were approving the agenda.
No, it came when we were discussing other items.
I'm sorry, Yvonne, to interrupt, but Scott Mosier, I have you unmute if you want to chime in.
Yes, good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. Unfortunately, we just learned this morning that the applicant has not yet completed a land purchase transaction. Okay. And so legally, we cannot move forward today, but it does not impact the project. The applicant's receptive to being back in April.
Okay,
thank you.
This was curious. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld. Now we'll go on to public comment for consent items, unscheduled, and the closed session item. I know there were some folks that Miss Councilwoman Soria mentioned. First up, we have Mr. Tyler Mackey. Mr. Mackey.
Thank you, Council President, Council, and Mayor Dyer. I appreciate your rapid response to our letter yesterday. Mayor Dyer, you responded within just minutes, which really, we really appreciate your leadership on this. We just, as a community, we feel that this is an urgent issue, and we really appreciate the city heavily weighing in on this. It really threatens to upend a lot of the efforts of the community to recover. And the city has worked so well with us over the last year to help us get through the COVID. And this is just a moment where we really need the city to come in and help us out with some injunctive relief before an imminent threat comes to the economic viability of the district and the financial investments of our members. We have other members on the call, so I won't take up too much time, but they want to kind of highlight the various elements of concern for them before you guys move into closed session. And we just appreciate all that you guys are doing on this and ask you to continue to keep up the good work to find a reasonable resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mackey. Next up is Ms. Becca Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have the floor.
Yes, I just wanted to comment and ask if the building that was offered to Adventure Church is in disrepair. Also, it would be moving Adventure Church from their current tower district to another location out of the district where they reside. So rather than allowing them to stay in their community, you're asking them to move out of their community, which I don't really understand. Also, if that facility is used for other oratory purposes, such as a TED Talk, or other concert purposes, how does that differ from a religious service? It's only different based on the oration that's being projected, which is religious in nature. So to me, that sounds discriminatory in nature if it's the content rather than what is actually taking place. So I just don't know if I wanted you to speak to that, and also the location of the building that was offered, and being able to purchase a facility where you don't have to set up and tear down on a weekly basis versus permanently being in a facility where you can simply move things for the rental purposes of other events happening in that venue.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, you have the floor.
Good morning. I also want to talk about the Tower Theater. I'm very concerned about the tax base that would occur if the zoning got changed. We would lose a great economic base and anchor in the Tower Theater. I'm also very concerned about the church members harassing the locals. I have a very dear elderly neighbor who's actually gay, and him and his boyfriend walked by the Tower Theater in good weather. And if they were to get harassed and he is to get scared, then you're going to have a problem with me. And I am very concerned about the elderly gay population in our community being harassed by the church. I'm also very concerned about the creation of an economic dead zone with an anchor church in the middle of this business district, and what is the ramifications of that. And finally, you know, this pastor, Anthony Flores, who is absolutely no relation to me, said on his YouTube video that, you know, they failed at something as simple as a local church food bank. What makes them think they can run a theater? There is a separation of church and state here. There are issues regarding zoning and zoning of businesses and churches. This is just such the wrong fit. These people need to go back around the corner where they came from on Palm, or they need to leave the area to grow their church. But this is the wrong site at the wrong time with the wrong zoning that they want to get an exception to. I'm so against this church, you know, taking, you know, the anchor spot. Also too, I want to thank Esmeralda for the information about vaccines, because that elderly neighbor who's so dear to me, him and I had a conversation. He's getting his shots. I'm happy while I have to wait. Then also about the homeless encampment that was just uprooted. Mayor Dyer, I think that you need to be more transparent and clear about actually what happened. The video I saw is basically an empty field where the homeless were uprooted in the middle of basically a rainstorm. And, you know, we have to look at the long-term health of our homeless in the age of COVID at the moment. And when you uproot an encampment like that, you're now exposing people to other illnesses because of the weather and forcing them possibly to have to go to hospitals that are inundated still with COVID. You know, I ask you to look at your humanity and your Christian base and your fundamental beliefs about caring to the least of our brothers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. Andrew Benelli.
Hi, this is Andrew Benelli. I was just going to comment on the question about the hearing number 3 that was continued. I think Scott has already answered that question.
Great, thank you. Ms. Cindy Piombino. Oh, guess not. Ms. Brandy News Villegas.
Hello.
Ms. Villegas, you have the floor.
Thank you. We all know that, so I want to address the issue regarding yesterday having the task force moving people from H Street while it was cold and raining. We're Not Visible was there, and I was witness. What the mayor said and what we heard from the shelters who were affected and what we saw is not what what he said was not what we heard and seen. What happened was that people were told to leave or be arrested, as is common practice with the homeless task force. They took tents of people who left to go get services from MAPS, and I was right there when a couple returned and asked if the homeless task force took their tents and belongings. I believe it's only because of advocates that they were allowed to stay there. People were soaking wet trying to move things, and we were trying to provide warm clothing. No one was given a shelter that day, and our outreach team did join later in the event when the attention was brought to it. Regarding people who mentioned trash, we have seen that people on G Street are willing to, and other places are willing and wanting to keep things clean with the ability to do so, like dumpsters, but they were not told to simply move off of the street. The homeless task force seems to always do these during severe weather for the last 4 years, and it's heartbreaking when they're displacing people who have nowhere to go. We've seen this happen in the middle of the day during triple digits. We've seen people moved without being offered services when the daytime lows are freezing. 4 years ago, I saw it happen after Christmas on a freezing day when donated sleeping bags were thrown out. We can help our family keep things clean without pushing them around. I agree with the statement yesterday that moving people do not accomplish anything, but we need to hold the homeless task force to that, and I asked the city to do that. I also add that when motels are ready, it will only house a fraction of those who are in shelter, needing shelter. We have over 3,000 people out there, and I know that we have far fewer houses, so please address those things. I also do want to join in and thank the council and mayor regarding the issue regarding Sprouts and the harassment of the stores by bullying, refusing to follow rules. And I hope that it continues to be enforced, and also agree with those in the tower that I sent messages that we cannot, the tower, the primary owner of the tower needs to be someone whose primary focus is for entertainment. But please, look into the city to address and ensure that the homeless task force stops sweeps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Lisa Walzam, you have the floor. Ms. Lisa Walzam.
Hi.
You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo the concerns that a lot of us have concerning the effect of the rezoning the Tower Theater as a church and its long-term effects that would have on the local business community and property values around the neighborhood that has already been struggling, and this would just be devastating to all of us. We don't have anything against a church. It's the issue of the zoning effects on businesses and the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walzam. Next up, we have Ms. Chelsea Beeson. Ms. Beeson, you have the floor.
Hello. I just wanted to chime in on the Tower Theater. I just really appreciate the zoning laws we have that give Tower its character. I think we can tell, you know, it's zoned in such a way because there are a lot of questions that come up when a church is on Main Street, the tax exemption, liquor licenses, protected identity of the LGBT community. And I just think we should stick with the zoning laws we have. I appreciate Mayor Dyer trying to find another location for the church. I just hope we resolve this in a way that benefits everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. Next up, we have Becca Martinez. Ms. Martinez. Ms. Martinez. Okay, next up we'll have Mr. Michael Birdsong. Mr. Birdsong, you have the floor.
Hello, how are you?
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. My name is Michael Burson. I live at 10 East Yale Avenue in the Tower District Specific Plan area. I was on the Citizens Committee, which helped to develop the Tower District Specific Plan way back in the 80s and early 90s. And I was also subsequently served on the committee, which was charged with implementing the components of the specific plan. To me, this is not a religious issue at all. I see this clearly as the defense of a specific plan that was put in place 30 years ago to preserve the historic Tower District, which, let's face it, at the time was showing a lot of deterioration and risk being torn down building by building to build strip malls. The specific plan has specific goals and objectives, including correcting incompatible zoning elements, preserving historic structures, enhancing the health and vitality of the Tower District, with several mitigation measures, including the creation of various residential and commercial zoning as a way to preserve structures and to create a vibrant neighborhood, both economically and culturally. In my opinion, it is my opinion that the city of Fresno needs to uphold and enforce the current zone designation, and if necessary, to litigate this issue. This view is not anti-church. There are several prominent churches in the Tower District. None of them, by design, are located in the commercial Main Street zoning designation. It is crucial, in my view, that the Tower Theater continue to function as one of the premier entertainment and cultural venues of the San Joaquin Valley. A church simply does not comply with the current zoning ordinance. There must not be a conditional use permit nor rezone. The Tower District's economic vitality is dependent on the Tower Theater remaining a world-class entertainment venue. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Birdsong. Next up, we have Ms. Des Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Ms. Martinez. You have the floor.
Okay, I wanted to clarify and clear up some of the confusion from yesterday. We did have, regarding the homeless, we did have a sweep yesterday, and these individuals were told to grab their stuff and leave off of the city sidewalk. Yes, they did have to go to the city sidewalk after there was an explosion on state property while state workers were on there. It was an emergency evacuation. They had to do that. So I want everybody to understand that that emergency, which they were forced back to right where they were in the first place, was back on the street. Yesterday, they showed up and they did take their stuff. They did take items from individuals that were not there. And they were told to leave, which can every single hold in order to leave or be arrested and have their stuff thrown away, which is very inhumane. I don't like the trash. I don't like the drugs. I don't like the crime. I've complained about it a million times, but we have several individuals and unhealthy people with mental health issues, drug addiction, all kinds of stuff out here. We have people that are just stuck out here, and we cannot put them all together in one spot here.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next up, we have Mr. Jason Winfrey. Mr. Winfrey?
Yes, hello.
Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I wanted to call to speak about a project that's ongoing through Fresno. It's called the Immaculate Illumia Pure Ultraviolet Disinfection Fixtures. You guys passed, it was the file ID 20-001507-1H. At this time, Mr. Carbasi turn down this fixture of being put into community centers and fire departments as a concern of what we were actually doing to try and disinfect the air and the surfaces. We asked for a review of the documents that were given to City Council about the fixture that's being used, the Illumipure product. And myself, I'm a 20-year veteran in the lighting industry. I'm not as versed as some of my colleagues. I have then given this information to my colleagues to investigate the fixture for disinfection. And after going through their website and reading all the literature, also we got a 320-page document provided from the Attorney's Office of Fresno. We went through that as well. And through everything that we've done the research on, those fixtures are in the 405 nanometer range, which is above the ultraviolet spectrum. In this process, we learned that Fresno's paying upwards of around $5,000 a fixture to be installed in these community centers and fire departments. We are very concerned with the taxpayer dollars that are being spent in the CARES Act money. This was done on a change order. It never went out to bid. Nobody, in my opinion, did the research to find out if what the city's purchasing to protect people is actually doing what they say it does. So I've reached out to Mr. Carbasi twice with no response. My colleagues have sent some emails with zero response, and I'm a concerned constituent with giving a false sense of security to elderly people for those community centers, the fire department, and it looks like it could be ongoing into the police department and other places. I highly, not suggest, but would love for you guys to stop this and really take a look at the product that's being purchased upwards in the $2 million range and have a look at what else is out there that actually works and is certified through the FDA, the EPA. And that's, that's a concern. That's a huge concern on CARES Act dollars and how we spend it, how we protect the community.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Chris Johnson. Wanting to speak. Brianna, can you queue up Mr. Chris Johnson? Mr. Johnson, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, hi. This is Chris Johnson. I'm an architect and property owner in the Tower District. I own 936 and 942 East Olive Avenue and the lot at the end of the street as well. And wanted to speak a little bit. I've been a resident and architect and on the design review committee over the years and spent the last 30 years in the Tower District working on it as well and using the specific plan on a daily basis. The situation with the church into a neighborhood that's thriving into a building like the Tower Theater that is also a thriving building is somewhat problematic in areas like downtowns where they're going through a revitalization effort that you see with maybe the use of the Wilson Theater. There's a need and the building was going unused. Our building has definitely been used and continues to be used. Obviously we're struggling through the pandemic, but it becomes problematic when you add a church in that spends maybe 1 or 2 days a year using it and making full use of it. The Wilson Theater is a perfect example of that. The retailers don't thrive and the neighborhood doesn't thrive when there's that limited use. And the parking demand on the days that it is active is huge and has a tremendous impact. This is why the zoning and the uses are controlled through the specific plan. It's not because it's a religious type of thing. It's just based on the activities and the way it works. It's a struggle to make those things work when they're not planned for, especially when you're looking at a core area. And, we all know the Tower Theater. It's called the Tower District because it's the Tower Theater. There's no more important building in the district. I helped work with the Abadis on restoring it back when it got restored and turned into a theater, a performing arts theater from a movie theater. And, the Tower District's design that we put in place with a specific plan 30 years ago works. The Tower District works because it's well designed and functions well. And we just need to kind of, watch it and take care of it. And it does well. And it'll do well after this pandemic. You'll see it thrive again. And I think everybody's going to be looking forward to getting out and going back to the Tower District. So I think from our standpoint, we just need to leave well enough alone and follow the plan. And it's worked well for 30 years and happy to continue that success. And as a property owner, it's important to me to have consistency and know what kinds of things are going to happen with my district. And to drop a bomb like this in the middle of the Tower District for me totally changes the makeup of the operations of the district and limits the use and makes a real struggle for us for predictability as a business owner and a property owner. So Anyway, thanks much, everybody, and appreciate the hard work you're doing on everything you're working on, and welcome to the new mayor as well. So happy to have you on board. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next up is Mr. Aaron Gosselin. Mr. Gossett, excuse me. Mr. Gossett, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you very much for giving us the time to speak about this. My name is Aaron Gossett. I'm one of the owners over at the Lincoln Pub and Grub down in Tower, and we've opened up about 2 years now. And what we saw pre-COVID was a vital Tower district. We think that us and other people that are now coming down to there are increasing the viability of the Tower district, and adding the church, or actually zoning it for it to become a church, would be very detrimental to the area. Going through with my history of consulting on and opening up businesses like businesses in Fresno, zoning is always an issue when it comes to liquor licenses. And in some areas, and let's just say, for example, in North Fresno, if I wanted to take a nightclub and drop it into certain areas in North Fresno, we would not be allowed to because of zoning rights or of zoning issues. It's the same thing when it comes to this church. I feel that if it's allowed to operate inside the Tower Theater, the long term is bleak for that district and for that area. We've been told that the city has a plan for Tower District and the downtown area to be a arts and entertainment area. By allowing a church to come in and rezone the area, you actually go against the city's plan. I feel like to allow this to happen just basically eliminates what the plan is for the city. So it's something that, no, it's not going to hurt us tomorrow, but in the years in the future, it will definitely affect all the people that work and thrive down in Tower. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gossett. Council, I've got about 8 minutes left for public comment. I'm limited to 2 minutes for the next 4 speakers. And the next speaker is Mr. Chris Williams.
Hi,
Mr. Williams, you have the floor. Yes, you have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Firstly, I just wanted to address the resounding gong of misinformation that there is a proposed change of use for the theater. Never once has the church proposed to change zoning or change its main function outside of continuing to be a community theater and continue to be available to the community. The church has only expressed interest in using the property incidentally on Sunday mornings and the occasional Wednesday evening. I also personally called the local alcohol beverage control here in Fresno, and who was also very familiar with the situation. And they said that the church using the property on Sunday mornings would not affect any surrounding licenses. And they did say, theoretically, if the property was rezoned or did allow for religious assembly, all that happens is any new license applications are brought to the church. But if the church were to reject or deny any applications, the ABC can still approve those licenses if they deem them to be positive and not negative for the community, in which the church has already publicly stated that there's no intention to deny any new alcohol licenses or liquor licenses or cannabis licenses. We only wish to be there Sunday mornings and continue to bring in 1,500 plus people every Sunday morning post-pandemic. Sunday morning is a very quote unquote dead time in the Tower District. So as far as the parking concern, there is no concern when very little people are already there parking. We would only bring about economic advancement as we leave services and go patron local businesses. That is it. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next up, we've got Terry Story. Terry, you will have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Terry Story, co-owner of Fab Nightclub. I'm also a resident in the Tower District, and I'm going to speak to the equability of this situation with the Tower Theater. First, I want to say we have nothing against churches or religions, but as far as opening our business as a nightclub, we knew we could not open anywhere near a church or a school. It took us 5 years to open our business by going through every step and doing everything correctly with the city of Fresno. First 2 years in buying my property, we had to do the lot line adjustment. We had to go through a firewall correction. And then after that, once I owned the property, it took 3 years to get the business up and running with earthquake procedures and asbestos and sprinklers. Handicap, we did everything according to guidelines and ordinances and codes. And I think that's only fair of everybody. Everybody needs to follow these guidelines to be equitable. I also, we had a moment where we met with a few of the city officials concerning our entertainment, and we had to educate them on city ordinances and codes, and we were actually correct and doing everything right. And that was our whole point, is to do everything correctly. Besides that, a little side note is we have been closed since March 15th due to COVID. We have chose to remain closed. We tried to open for 3 weeks in October. However, we saw the spike go up, and again, we chose to close for the community, for the health, for the city of Fresno to get this thing under close. We hope to open soon. We don't see this happening with the church following any kind of guidelines. They don't follow the ordinances, which I'm asking you to follow the ordinances, no rezoning, and they don't follow COVID guidelines as well. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Story. Second to last speaker is Ms. Haley White. Ms. White, you will have 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak, and thank you all for putting time into hearing the community in this matter. We all know that there are property, land, and business owners who this is a matter of putting their life savings and life's work into this neighborhood. Some who have moved from states away to be here because of the iconic appeal of what this neighborhood represents. And I know there are lots of personal and visceral reactions across all sorts of facets that aren't as important as the economic impact, especially when it comes to the city. But I just want to point out that some of those reasons are interwoven into the keep, continue doing things as normal. But what does that look like, especially when, you know, they've been so defensive in reaction to the community's response? If they host Real Pride, you know, can we hold them at their word that they won't interfere in what kind of films are shown, if anti-religious films are shown, if NC-17 films are shown? And when they are there, are they going to be preaching to the people in attendance? Are they going to be handing out flyers? Are they going to be harassing members of the community to join their church, which there have been several testimonials from businesses and residents already that is their behavior. And on top of that, a lot of us who live in the tower are conscious consumers, and we are going to be giving our money, whether it be rental money or attendance money, to fund this empire for them that doesn't align with our beliefs, and that they've so clearly shown that, as they continue to say, they've been here for 10 years, that they don't understand the values of this community, and they don't understand what we're fighting to keep. It's clear that the change has already started. They've already been talking about that parking lot at the center and heart of our district as private property. Again, there's been testimonial from many members of the community saying they are being harassed on the street. And I just want to talk to Chris Williams, who said that they have been attending businesses, and so many businesses have been talking about how their members are not good customers. So we're already seeing the changes. If we can all agree that the changes will happen, I just don't understand. I just hope that you would all do everything in your power to prevent that, because we can all tell what this road will lead to. And I appreciate all of you. I know you're not in easy positions right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. White. Last speaker is Mr. Marcus Cardenas. Mr. Marcus Cardenas, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you so much. So I live in the neighborhood of Tower. I'm a local actor, and I was a member of GCP. It's what I went to school for. And in fact, when the pandemic happened last year, I was set to move to Ohio, but chose to come back here for the arts, specifically Tower if I was moving back. What I am concerned about is the COVID spread during this pandemic. If they are choosing to host a music or concert festival on February 3rd, why is it that church can still meet? Why is it that this festival can happen, this concert can happen, when I can't do what I trained for? That's, to me, not fair at all. And so what I'm also concerned about is the lack of just communication between the church and us. They've already made it very clear. I've been watching their services on their Facebook page. They've made it very clear that it is about them and us. There is no us as whole. We are the problem. And so in choosing to make that the problem, they are blocking us. We have concerns. We've reached out to them. And so when they say that they are for the tower, for being together, it makes that very hard to believe when they are not approaching us about that. Also, with the parking lot situation, I was just by the area last Sunday. I've had the opportunity to be part of the peaceful protest these past couple of weekends, and it is a fire safety hazard. Those cars are lined up, not only packed into the parking lot, but that entire street behind the parking lot is unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. I just want to thank all the folks that have emailed our council district offices. Just want you to know and want to acknowledge that all of your comments will be entered into the record. As the mayor and my colleagues, Councilmember Arias and Soria mentioned, they have been responding and addressing your concerns. You are being heard. We want to make sure that the public understands that. And we also want to encourage them to submit any additional comments through our e-comments portal. I believe my colleagues will be putting a link up on their social media page to ensure that people have an opportunity to weigh in. But I think on my district alone, I counted about 110 emails that I received from stakeholders, not necessarily folks that just live in the Tower area, but folks that go to the businesses and support and wanted to weigh in on this issue. And so I just want to acknowledge that for the public benefit. Let's move on, Council, to consent. And if you allow me the flexibility, we have a 10:05 item that we're quite a bit late on. So what we'll do is we'll adopt the consent calendar, and then I'll go to the 10:05 item for the hearing, and then come back to the contested consent. So with that, do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve the consent.
Motion to approve.
Mr. President.
Just a second, Councilmember Carbasi. So I have a motion by Councilmember Arias, second by Councilwoman Soria. Councilmember Carbasi, yes.
Item 1T, I didn't see, I want to get some more information on that because I didn't see any information on it. It just explained some of the potential vacancies on council committees. So should that be removed from the agenda?
I submitted that to the clerk, and I believe that was distributed to my council colleagues. Is that correct, clerk?
I have not distributed it to the colleagues yet. I will get that out today and also keep that on the record for future use.
So with that, so what you distributed, was it suggestions for new committee assignments?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. President, if you don't mind, I haven't seen that list. Could we postpone that then to next week? I apologize for that, but not had a chance to look at that.
Sure, we can continue it to next week.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion to approve the consent without item 1T.
Okay.
All right. Motion made by Councilmember Arias with 1T factored in, seconded by Councilwoman Soria. And for the record, I will recuse myself from item 1U. Clerk, will you please roll call?
This is exclusive of the ones we pulled. Is that right, Council President?
Correct. Those have been pulled on the record.
Okay. Vote Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Aye.
Council Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
Council President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
All right. So with that, Council, let's go to the 10:05 a.m. item. I believe it's a hearing. Legal counsel, from what I understand, this is not an actionable item, but it's actually intended to provide or receive public comments regarding our expenditures, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so with that, we will open the hearing. City Clerk, Brianna, I believe we have some folks that wanted to weigh in on this issue.
Yes, and they have, there are two that have been punched up. Estella.
Okay, and Mrs. Brandy News Villegas, that's what I have up here. And for the public's benefit, we did provide our translation services today. Want to thank them again for sticking around. I know we went a little bit longer than we usually do. So with that, Ms. Estela Ortega, you have the floor. Ms. Ortega.
She's muted.
Yeah. Ms. Ortega, you're on mute. If you could please unmute yourself.
No. There you go. Oh.
Gone.
Oh, we lost her.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Brandy Villegas, News Villegas, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you very much. After listening to community needs workshop, one of the major needs I think is greater outreach to hear more from our community that's not being often brought to the table in these discussions, including those not on social media, and identify who is not being represented to be involved in sharing their needs, such as I know that there's some suggestions we're going door to door or when it's safe, and community surveys. So I asked for that. And I asked that you involve those who are sheltered in this conversation in a meaningful way. Our council members have mentioned not wanting to continue status quo with the issue of homelessness. I believe that's what's lacking is meaningful engagement and respect for the voice of those who are in shelter directly to determine what changes need to be made and can be made in all areas from infrastructure, shelters, permanent fair housing, services, and employment. Also, what I think that will be really important to in the needs is having a campaign to change inaccurate perceptions of those who are experiencing homelessness and poverty in our community, and learn the diverse stories and causes of homelessness and share those with the community to be a voice, because myths and narrow understandings of homelessness are impeding successful and sustainable change. I recommend that we look at alternatives to shelters such as tiny houses and safe lots, because we are getting housing for the homeless, but we have over 3,000 needing housing, and current solutions are not addressing it quick enough. It's also important for the city to look into what is deterring housing, such as the fact that many people receive housing vouchers but have difficulty or no success in finding renters that accept vouchers, and make serious strides to address and overcome those challenges. Another need with the homeless community is for day centers, especially days of cold and hot, wet, and rainy weather that allows for pets and belongings. We need it to be in strategic places that are walking distance, as buses may not allow these. I asked that we have green spaces developed, not only parks, but community gardens, and look into partnership with our own shelters so they're not seen as a conflict to this, but a partner. And also, two more things. We have 4 housing units are being developed for those who are experiencing homelessness along Motel Drive. I ask that the city not only look into developing the properties themselves, but also work on developing the neighborhood and identifying infrastructure, services, commercial development for them and for the others in the neighborhood. And I ask that surveys be done to address those needs from those who are going to be residing in these hotels to determine what the needs are. In general, I've heard a lot about the need for more commercial amenities in West Fresno and along the 99 to continue to make them a priority, to bring out grocery stores. I gave a ride out of West Fresno to someone who needed to get groceries for their children. And this needs to continue to be a focus along Highway City, along different areas along Motel Drive, along West Fresno, to ensure that things are vibrant, that there is, that we address the food deserts, as well as promote local businesses and business people along in these areas. And that, again, that these include those who are unsheltered and those in poverty, and to go into deeper and conclude those. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brandy. Next up, I think we have Ms. Estela Ortega that was able to come back. Ms. Estela Ortega.
Sí, buenos días a todos.
Buenos días.
Buenos días a todos los concejales aquí presentes. Yo estoy hablando aquí porque me interesa que inviertan en el plan anual de cada año. Entonces a mí me interesa que inviertan más en este plan porque hay muchas necesidades aquí en la comunidad de Fresno. Yo vivo en la Floradora y la Ciro. En este lugar todavía no hay banquetas. Se necesitan banquetas, también necesitamos más parques donde podamos caminar, como áreas verdes, caminos verdes donde podamos caminar. También los canales están llenos de basura. Están muy sucios los canales de la McKinley. Hay muchas personas indigentes. También quisiera que pongan carriles de bicicletas. Y luego también aquí en este lugar casi hay mucho vandalismo. Entonces, sí me gustaría que miraran estas calles también porque muchos niños caminan a las escuelas. Aquí hay varias escuelas que están conectadas, desde la elementaria hasta la preparatoria. Está la Roosevelt, la Duncan y la McLean. Entonces, sí es una calle que sí se transita mucho con los estudiantes. Y eso a mí me gustaría que invirtieran en estas comunidades que están mucho en desventaja. Muchas gracias.
Señor Ortega, muchas gracias por sus comentarios. Next up will be Ms. Tina Robertson. Ms. Robertson, you have the floor. Ms. Robertson, you have the floor. It seems to be something wrong with Ms. Robertson's audio. Ms. Robertson? All right, let's see if we can come back to Ms. Robertson. Let's go to Ms. Carla Martinez. Ms. Martinez, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Carla Martinez. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council. The annual action plan is an important and necessary plan to assist low and moderate income families and individuals of the city of Fresno. We want the low income families of Fresno to be beautiful, safe, and healthy for the benefit of themselves and their children. So we need to invest in community solutions, working with community members and CBOs, and invest in the most impacted communities. So today I ask that the city of Fresno invest and allocate funding to projects that the community residents have expressed is their highest priority. We ask that funding highlighted in the 2021-2022 annual action plan reflect community asks. Funding should be allocated to safety infrastructure around the following schools: Columbia Elementary, West Fresno Elementary, Bang Pao, and Sequoia schools. They need additional signage and lights for safety and crossings so that children don't risk their lives trying to get to and from school. We also ask that funding be allocated to street and streetscape improvements in order to ensure safe walking paths and travel, street improvements along Floradora and Cedar for adequate driving and pedestrian movement and activity. Overall, we would like to ask funding to be allocated towards those services for those facing homeless and homeless prevention as well. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to me today.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Let's try to see if we can get Ms. Tina Robertson back so she can have the ability to provide her comments. Ms. Robertson, let's try this one more time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate the opportunity to provide input to the 2021-2022 annual action plan for HUD community planning and development funds. A vital part of community is access to high-paying tech sector jobs. Education and apprenticeship are pathways to these jobs, and they are allowable under CBDG grant rules. Bitwise respectfully requests that a minimum of $500,000 per year is allocated to workforce training programs focused specifically in areas where the digital divide is not only defined as a lack of access to high-speed internet, It is perpetuated by the lack of access to education and training necessary to participate in the digital job market. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. We have one last speaker with the phone number 559-644-5383. And whoever it is, this individual, you have the floor.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Council President?
We can hear you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Jonas Paulos. I'm a commissioner for people with disability at City Hall. I'm also in the subcommittee for housing at City Hall also through DAC. Yes, we need affordable housing. Thank you for some of you members that voted for that. The link at Blackstone, I'm so happy. I'm on the bus right now, going to pass by it. These are the kind of work we need to do. Look at it. We're in an era of COVID. Who would have thought? Here's affordable housing going up with a clinic and a computer center. So let's continue to work and don't forget our veterans. I know I'm on the right track. These people are severely mentally ill and they need help and they need housing now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And one last speaker, Ms. Susan Coulter. Ms. Coulter.
Hi, I'm Susan Coulter, and I'm with Deaf and Hard of Hearing Service Center. I'm also Vice Chair for the Disability Advisory Commission, and I'm on the Housing Subcommittee. What I want to speak for is the deaf community because of mostly safety. So one problem, of course, is affordable housing. Also, depending on what area of town they live in, if they only can afford in the areas where we have more crime, their deafness is a challenge because if they don't know what's going on outside of their home, they're not able to hear if they are in danger. We also need to consider that being able to hear if somebody's at the door. Suppose the police need to come or there's some kind of emergency they need to evacuate. They can't hear the doorbell. So consideration of funding that will be able to provide them with a special doorbell that will provide a flashing light so they know when someone is there. Another thing to consider is smoke alarm for safety in their home, because of most places they come with a smoke alarm already there, but the light's not bright enough and they certainly can't hear it. So there's special smoke alarms that have strobe lights that provide for visibility. Also for their beds that can be connected to something that will shake the bed, because if a fire happens during the night, they don't have a way of being noted. So these types of devices should be considered in the funding to help make sure for safety of deaf and hard of hearing people. Thank you. And I truly thank you for providing the interpreter today as well.
Thank you, Ms. Coulter. Appreciate your comments. Closing us off will be Councilmember Maxwell that would like to read two comments that were sent to him by his constituents. Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. One of the neighborhoods in my district on the northeast corner of Chestnut and McKinley was identified as potential recipient of this upcoming annual plan. And a lot of the folks in that neighborhood are on the older side and not too Zoom literate. And so they did submit some emails. I will be submitting them for the record, but I did want to read them real quick also for the record. The first one is from Bobette. Good morning. I am a new homeowner of address 4877 East Fassar. Our streets are horrible and really need to be paved. I am disabled and have disabled children. The potholes are uneven, the pavement is uneven and affecting our quality of life. I cannot afford repairs to my vehicle. I can see more of the asphalt coming up since we have had many rainy days. Please help, respectfully. Second one is from Berta Aguilar. My concern is that since the streets are not getting repaired, they seem to be getting worse in our neighborhood. I vote for my neighborhood to be paved and to have speed bumps put in. People drive through really fast. They don't care if there are kids playing. My address is 4854 East Cambridge Avenue. Like I said, I will be submitting these for the record. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. All right, Council, let's move on to contested consent. For the record, items, I believe it's items C and D were pulled by Councilmember Arias. So the remainder of those items that were pulled by my other colleagues, I'm going to take these in alphabetical order, with the exception of item 1U. We'll save that to the last so that I can step out and have Vice President take care of that. So with that, item G, item 1G was pulled by Council Vice President Esparza, and that is regarding a property on East Thomas Avenue. Vice President Esparza, your item.
Yes, we're starting with G.
Yes, item 1G.
Fantastic. I had a question for, I guess it would land either public works and or planning and or legal counsel. I wanted to I thank Scott, Director Scott Mosier, for answering my questions with respect to the technicalities of the actual item of this vacation. Explained it very well. The question I have primarily, and again, this could be answered by either legal counsel or planning, is how does this vacation of this property, how does that play into the larger prospective project that is currently being proposed? So for the public's knowledge and record, the vacation being proposed here, it would ultimately theoretically be folded into a proposed 7-Eleven convenience store that is adjacent to this vacation. So I have not yet seen the project come across my desk. I think it will potentially be soon. I wanted to know where that project is in the pipeline, and again, how this vacation fits into that larger project.
City Attorney, is this something you can answer, or do we need the administration, somebody to take this?
I think that's a public works question, a project question.
Okay. Assistant City Manager Georgianne, do you have somebody that can speak to it?
Yes, I believe Mike is should be queued up, Brianna, from planning.
I want to say they are on. Mike, are you under the planning and development? You are in the panelist if you are.
Okay.
There you go.
Mike, are you there?
I'm
Mike
here. Can you
Sanchez?
hear me?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yes, so
Yep, we can hear
Councilmember Esparza, just as a background, this property did have a conditional use permit filed and approved back in August of 2019 for the proposed 7-Eleven convenience store. I would note that the convenience store itself will not sell beer and alcohol. That's a separate application that would need to come back and go through the process. So that process has happened. Building permits and plan check review have occurred. I believe they've already started doing some foundation work on that property. And also the building permit to go vertical was issued yesterday, I believe. So the actual convenience store will be under construction very shortly, but to potentially answer a question, if they do wish to go further and have alcohol there, they will have to file another conditional use permit, go through the entire process, and be subject to the Regional Neighborhood Marketing Act.
So notwithstanding the alcohol, I know that's not part of the equation right now because they have not submitted an application for an alcohol license. But you said CUP. So is that with respect to, are they asking for gas stations?
That is absolutely correct. They have 6 dispensers proposed at this site.
Okay. So is that done and sealed and in the bag for them at this point? Has it gone to Planning Commission? What does the timeline look like if it's not already approved?
I indicate, yes, the project has been approved. Their notices were sent out and there were no comments or appeals received within the time frame. So right now the convenience store with the gas station is in the queue to be developed.
Okay. And last question I would have, maybe this is for Scott. So we would be vacating this property. Why not sell it to the property owner as opposed to give it?
Council, that may be a legal question. Yes, when we have right of way that we're vacating, the ownership of that property reverts to the underlying property owner when we stop using it for the public right of way. That by operation of law.
Okay. All right, sounds good. Well, I guess my question for planning was, and maybe legal here, was by approving this vacation today, that doesn't sort of preclude any of my council ability to engage with the project or the CUP applications, right? I mean, this is completely, I mean, it's related, but it's technically separate. I'm not necessarily endorsing the project this way if I wanted to engage in the CUP process.
It should not affect the legal issues.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a second. I'll make the second. Motion made by Vice President Esparza, seconded by myself. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
No.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria. Okay, I think she's absent. Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. What was the vote tally?
The vote is
Clerk?
5-1 with Councilmember Soria absent.
Thank you. All right, next item, item 1L, I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Arias. Councilmember, you have the floor.
I want to make a motion to approve it. I just have a couple questions.
All right, do we have somebody from the administration answer? I think it's Assistant City Manager White.
Scott Mosier is on board.
Director Moser. So we've been approving a series of Veteran Boulevard expenditures, contracts, but I have yet to receive a full update on the status of Veterans Boulevard. Can you guys provide us either a workshop, a presentation, or a trade memo on exactly the status of the Veterans Boulevard, what segments are funded, which ones are under construction, which ones are in design? Because I want to be able to get a clear picture on the status of veterans before the budget deliberations begin for this next cycle, and before this council and everybody else starts talking about the renewal Measure C. So if you can provide that in whatever format works for you all, I just want to get an update on that.
Yes, good morning, Council President, Council members. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. We would be more than happy to provide that, and we could do so very quickly.
Thank you.
All right, motion was made. Do you want to second it, Councilmember Karbasi, since it's in your district?
Yep.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias, Karbasi, second by Councilmember Arias. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
6-0 with Councilmember Soria absent.
All right, next item is item 1O, actions pertaining to a final map. I believe it was pulled by Councilmember Karbasi. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I forget, I just want to clarify a couple of points regarding something that was said earlier. Someone had called in about the LED, UV lighting technology. Very quickly, I just want to state that this gentleman called on the 22nd, and I did call back and leave a voicemail. I know that sometimes a 621 number, which is our city numbers, is a little bit of an unusual number, but those are calls from the city. We did vote on this item at our November 5th meeting, and on the record, I did specifically state my concern about the efficacy of UV lighting technology. It is effective against bacteria. It's effective against other forms of coronavirus, but there's no evidence it's effective against COVID-19. However, the council did come together and compromise and allocate more money so that we can provide this technology in our firehouses, because it is effective against MRSA, which is a concern when you have people living in a facility. The other issue is there was concern that with the community centers not open, but the firehouses and police stations open, we need to fund those. But we did come together and compromise, which is a good thing in government, and we got this done. Just clarification on that. Now back to the item at hand, item 1O. I just wanted to ask a question of the Public Works Director, and this is more of a statement for anyone in the development community developing West 99. I had a resident reach out to me. She lives west of 99. She's very active in the community. They want more growth and development. They want more commercial opportunities, but they also are concerned about traffic issues. So we've had an issue throughout my district with people doing donuts and people doing speeding and things like that. You know, Public Works was very helpful. We had that problem at Herndon and Milburn. You pretty much put a stop to that with the right. So if there are, just for anyone listening in, if you're going to build out there, yeah, it is a new concern that we have. So if Scott, for Barstow and Grantland and for Sean Grantland, are there any measures being taken place to accommodate the increase in traffic?
Yes, Council President, Councilmember Scott Moser, Public Works. For this tract, this is a 163 lot subdivision. They do have quite a bit of infrastructure requirements that the Planning Commission approved and set on this map. That includes expanding the intersection of Shaw and Grantland, extending left turn pocket lengths. They'll be paying all of the current fees to mitigate impacts. There are other traffic signals that are already conditioned and bonded for right in that same area with other tracks as well. So we have Sean Grantland expansion, Sean Bryan is a traffic signal going in, as well as Grantland and Barstow. And we just recently completed Grantland and Bullard using developer fees in that area. So lots of infrastructure improvements are in the works.
Thank you. Answers my questions. I make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilmember Carbasi, second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias.
Mr. President,
Yes.
what item, I'm sorry, my internet is not that great today.
We're on item 1O, Councilwoman Soria.
Okay,
Yeah, and it's contested
thank you.
consent.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza.
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right. Next item is going to be item 1P, as in Paul, and I believe that was pulled by Councilmember Arias among his 10 items that he pulled. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you. This will be quick and easy, hopefully, city staff. I'm looking at the recommendations from the Police Reform Commission, and some of the recommendations are specific to the lack of a good operating system where the police department can track their financial investments, staffing, and essentially where's all the money going in the police department, and how is that summarized and contained for the public's purview and the staff's purview. We're making an $11 million upgrade in software systems. Am I to assume that this significant upgrade is going to allow us to have a modern information system related to the financials and staffing, that we can produce better data and address that recommendation?
Tommy, do you want me to take that, or did you want to? Okay. So I have Brian Horn, Information Services Director, and I also have Mike Lima, the Finance Director Controller on deck, that they can speak to that. I mean, the short answer is yes,
Yep.
but I'll let Brian get a little bit more into the specifics.
Perfect, thank
Yes. Yes, the software, Brian Horn, CIO for the city of Fresno, in charge of the Information Services Department. The software will allow more transparency. It is updated. It's modern software. It allows us to be able to do more transparency. There is an optional product we could purchase with it, which we did not yet, because we're looking at a couple different ones to see if it will make sense for us. That allows the data to be put on the website for the citizens to see. So yes, the short answer is yes, it will take care of what you are looking for in that report.
Perfect, thank you, and I appreciate the work. And I'm also looking forward to not giving IT a lot more money during the budget process, because last year you guys got a few million. This year the contract and software, but and I'm also looking forward to the expedited wireless connections here in our floor. I know we've all rely on wireless here, and you guys are doing a really good job on
Thank you.
our infrastructure.
Thank you.
With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion made by Councilmember Arias. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Kabasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
All right. With that, we will go to item 1R. I believe it's Councilmember Arias. Down to 9 items now.
Yeah, Council,
You
I'll
have the
make a
floor.
motion to approve. Our city manager, Tommy, answered my questions and concerns on this item. So for the record, he did clarify that there'll be some adjustments to staffing once the grant runs out. And that
Can you explain those, Council Member Arias?
I'll let the city manager do a better job of explaining it.
Thank you.
Yeah, for this particular grant, and I'll let Georgianne pitch in as well. For this particular grant that we're receiving, it's federal COPS money, and there's a supplanting restriction. So we're not able to take funding and apply it to a position that already exists in the system. So we're creating a new position. So that's the PAR that you're getting, is to do that. Once the grant runs out, we will then make an adjustment to the vacancies that are there now, and then this person will just slide it into that position, assuming the funding's there. But right now, that would be our plan, is we would reduce the PAR so that we would be able to accommodate this new headcount.
All right, with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it. No, Councilmember Maxwell seconded it.
All right. It was motion by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Maxwell. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Kabasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you. Next item is item 1S. It was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Hey, yeah, I just had a couple questions on this. I don't know who would be answering, but I'm curious, how's the formula? What is the formula for this fund getting funded through this Equity Assistance Program Fund?
Yeah, I'll bring on Jennifer Reese. Thank you, Council Member and Council President. I'll bring in Jennifer Reese, who's running this program. Right now, Jennifer, you want to update them on how we're structuring this and the purpose of this fund?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. It took a minute to connect me. Okay, so the formula for getting the fund funded. Right now, this resolution is just establishing it, but we do have an opportunity. We'll be applying for the State of California Cannabis Equity Grant. And that grant is specifically designed to provide funding to local jurisdictions so that they can support social equity applicants. Another way that could be funded, the fund may be funded, is that the applicants that applied through the standard permit process have a community benefits and investment plan. And some of them may choose to contribute to that fund. We won't know until the application process is complete and whatever project is successful, if that is one of the things that they propose to do, but that's another possibility.
So right now, Councilmember Bredefeld, we're setting up the account so that we can receive funds from the state. We're also setting it up so we can receive other funds as well. The formula for how we get it out, we'll bring that back to you because it'll be an appropriation you'll have to make. And so we'll have that formula for you to review and consider.
City Manager, will each entity have a roof, so to speak, about how much of this money they're eligible for, or is it unlimited?
Well, it won't be unlimited because it won't be unlimited fund, but that'll be the process we bring back to you because you'll have to appropriate it to these individual entities as they come in to apply. So we'll bring you that funding formula and we could have caps and floors and we can set all those up for you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bredefeld, did you have any additional questions?
Yeah, I did. On page 2 of 3 of your staff report, it says the use of the funds shall be dispersed by the city manager to the social equity applicants for any of the following purposes: workforce development, access to affordable commercial real estate, access to investment financing, access to legal services, and business administration. Exactly, what is, can you elaborate more on exactly how this would be used? What the purpose of these funds?
Yeah, so it's think of it like a small business administration loan that we're making available to certain categories of folks that are applying for that are going to be issued these cannabis licenses. So they're the social equity candidates. So getting them some business capacity, helping them with that piece of it. They may need some help identifying real estate, the legal services, workforce. So it's just all these things to help a small business get up and running, and the state's making funding available to help folks that don't have that experience and are in the social equity category, to just lift them up and give them a shot to build capacity so they can get into this business.
Okay. And the equity part, Tommy, I mean, can you elaborate a little bit on the equity part, how that's being defined?
Yeah. Jennifer, can you talk through how we're categorizing the social equity applicants that we received?
Sure, yeah, that is described in the Fresno Municipal Code, section 93316B6. It defines the ways a social equity applicant could qualify. There's 6 different ways. The first is, hold on, let me scroll to it here. Low-income household, and they've had a past cannabis conviction, or an immediate family member with a past cannabis conviction. The second is a low-income household in a zip code identified as at least 60% according to Canal screen for 5 consecutive years, and they have a past cannabis conviction or an immediate family member with a past cannabis conviction.
Okay.
The third.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay, the third is a low-income household and 5 years cumulative residency in a zip code identified as 70% according to Canal screen, or 10 years cumulative residency in a zip code identified by Canal screen. 4 is a business with no less than 51% of individuals who meet criteria 1 and 2. 5 is a cannabis social enterprise with no less than 51% ownership by individuals who meet criteria 1 and 2. And the final is an individual with a membership interest in a cannabis business formed as a cooperative.
So, Tommy, if somebody wants to open one of these dispensaries, they don't have a conviction, they don't meet some of the other criteria that Jennifer outlined, they've been in business, they're in other businesses, because I know there are very successful business people in our city as well as outside of our city that don't meet those criteria. Are they not eligible, should they want to open up the dispensary, to access to this fund that's coming from state money?
Jennifer, I'm going to say that's correct. You must meet these criteria to qualify for the funding.
The state funding is specifically for social equity applicants, yes.
Okay, and so I appreciate it. That's a good outline for it. I don't support these kinds of programs. I think in some sense they discriminate against other people who don't have convictions, who've never been arrested, never had a problem, and yet where taxpayers are going to be funding the ability to get legal services, to purchase commercial real estate. I just don't see how that's a fair thing to do, and why the taxpayers should be funding this anyway. So I'm not going to support this, but I appreciate the information. So somebody who does probably will want to make a motion to support it.
I suspected that, Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Carbasi, you got your hand up? You're on mute.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple questions for staff. What number of the right now the businesses will be awarded, the licenses awarded will be social equity businesses? Do we have that information yet?
Go ahead, Jennifer. Yep.
Yeah, for retail, it is between a minimum of 1, a maximum of 2 for every 7. So between 2 and 4. And then for non-retail, it's a minimum of 1, maximum of 2 for every 8. And there's 16 authorized, so between 2 and 4.
Got it. And then I see the requirements for a social equity applicant. Is there any requirement in there that they have previous business experience of any kind? Because over half is going to be owned by someone who meets 2 of these requirements or a combination of the requirements. Is previous business experience or viability a factor at all?
They do have to submit a business plan, so that would be considered in the interview process. And so they do provide that information, their prior experience.
No, and I understand that. Yeah, like you can do a business plan, but if they have business experience, is it advantageous, or does it matter whether they have business experience or not? The reason I ask is this is a new thing we're doing for the city. A lot of people are concerned about safety. Now, I think that with all the investments they make, it's probably a pretty safe venture with all the cameras and guards and all those things they do. But if someone gets it wrong, it's going to hurt everyone else doing something that's new for the city. So I'm just trying to understand, equity applicants, are they required to have business experience?
That is not a requirement, no.
Okay. All right. That's the only question I have.
Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Maxwell, followed by Vice President Esparza. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council. I just want to make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second.
Motion was made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Vice President Esparza. Councilmember Maxwell.
Yeah, I just want to say I think equity programs like this are great at righting the historic wrongs in our community where typically the harsh on marijuana laws have affected or impacted communities, whether those are people living in communities of concentrated poverty or communities of color. And I think that this is not a perfect solution to addressing some of those wrongs, but I think it's a step in the right direction. So I look forward to supporting this social equity component. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Esparza.
Yeah, I was pretty much going to say something similar to what Councilmember Maxwell just provided. We as a society collectively are stepping up to sort of help these programs, and that's because the very same folks, not exactly, but again, we as a collective in the past are responsible for creating these structures where that put these folks at a disadvantage. So that was the past. This is the present, and we're looking forward and we're moving on. All
right, Councilmember Carbasi, did you have closing comments?
Yeah, no, I really do. I genuinely appreciate the comments of the previous 2 speakers. We do have ills of the past, and I think we all, especially the younger generation, feel pressure to right those wrongs. But I just think for me, coming from a business background, it's really important that we don't create new problems because we're trying to stop old ones. And I am concerned about the viability of some of these businesses lacking that experience. We're lucky to have that. I get it. We all got educated. But even if there was a training that was required, that would have been a better step. But I respect the comments. It's just we're in a divisive time. So it's like, if you don't support this, then you're against this. No, there are ills of the past. We are going to come together and do what we can to solve them. I have some concerns about this measure. That's all. Thank you.
Councilmember, if I may, Council President, just to reaffirm the concerns by Member Carbasi, being an equity applicant also provides training and technical assistance that they will receive from a third party for exactly that purpose. So we know that like any other person who applies for a business permit in the city of Fresno, we don't require previous business experience to pull out a permit, but we know that this being a new industry, there's going to be a lot of technical support that they're going to need. And being an equity applicant, we have secured, and the city has contracted with a third party to provide that technical support throughout the process, hoping that they can have as much of a chance to be successful while making sure that they also meet all the other requirements that every other applicant has to meet. So we do take your comments seriously, and we've thought through it, and city staff has done a pretty good job of trying to pull out what worked in other cities, and what didn't work, we left out.
Good discussion. All right. Motion was made by Councilmember Arias, second by Vice President Esparza. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
No.
Councilmember Carbasi,
No.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria,
Absolutely, yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
An enthusiastic aye.
President Chavez.
Just a boring yes for me.
Okay, 5-2.
Thank you. Next up, item 1V, as in Victor, it was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld, I can answer any questions on that since I'm on the CARE subcommittee.
Well, it was also you I had pulled.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be separate. You pulled them separately. We're taking V1 now.
The first. Okay. So
Yeah.
the question I have is we're extending the time for performance. Staff explained why we're needing to do that. It's obviously the same issues for the Economic Opportunities Commission. Or is it?
Yeah, part of the conversation, Councilor Bredefeld, was, with just the volatility of the virus and the city wanting to augment the capacity that we have and maintain that. As you know, these CBOs have been helping with some of the contact tracing, the testing, the quarantine support in anticipation of the vaccine rollout. We just wanted to make sure that the city had capacity to address some of those same issues. And I think, looking at what the press model was, that's something that can be replicated for the vaccine rollout. Obviously, the capacity issue is going to have to be addressed. As you know, we were supposed to receive 38,000 vaccines. We only received about 8,000 per the county. And this is an extension just to have that as a option. Anything that is tied to funding will have to come back to council for deliberation and ultimately approval. But this was just a placeholder to kind of flag that the city might need those services in the future. So there's no cost associated with this extension.
And Council President, if I may just add, this no cost extension matches what the County of Fresno did. So the county also extended 2 contracts till June. So we're simply matching up what the county has done because we're each paying 50% of the cost. The county extended them, we're extending them, and we're hoping to have them available if they're needed for the vaccine deployment. Given that, we're all hoping we'll get more vaccines, that we'll actually need all these additional hands to help out with the deployment.
Okay, and
Mr. President.
that information. The thing I'm wondering then is we had other organizations, other CBOs that were doing the same contact tracing and all of that, and yet their time is not extended. What's the difference?
The difference here specifically is that these 2 CBOs are the fiscal agents for the equity partnership that the County of Fresno is funding. So these 2 are the contact tracers, the COVID testing, the quarantine support. The other vendors that we had are primarily only doing COVID testing. So Bautista Group, United Health Centers are only doing COVID testing. These folks are helping with the deployment. And from what we're hearing from the county, they're also being planned to be using the vaccine deployment when we finally get enough vaccines. So these 2 contractors represent about 21 nonprofit organizations that are part of the Fresno County Equity Project that is part of their vaccine deployment plan to help deploy the additional vaccines when they get here.
Okay. But if
Councilmember Bredefeld, you raise a good point, because I think at this point we can chime in our Assistant City Manager, Greg Barfield, that is really now kind of leading the development of the plan. He's been in communication with a lot of the CBOs, and I think he has a little better insight as to the most recent updated plan that we have in place.
Please.
No, Councilmember Arias is correct. This will allow us to match what the county is doing. We are already talking behind the scenes with all these CBOs about the vaccine and the deployment. We are hoping to get one of them up and running in the city of Fresno, middle of February. But again, this is part of our coordination with the county on the vaccine side of things.
Okay, and Greg, if I'm not mistaken, I do believe the other CBOs were also involved in the testing, tracing, and quarantine support. Very same things. I don't think it was just these 2 CBOs that were doing that.
No. So these 2 CBOs, as Councilmember Arias explained, are the umbrellas for many others. So under the BHC one, for example, you've got Jakarta Movement, Reading and Beyond,
and many others. I think that coalition is like 9 or 10 major entities, including the Batistas. And then under the EOC one, they've got an equal number of partners, similar. So they will both be working to help us move to the next phase, which is the vaccine.
Okay.
In other words, council member, by extending these two contracts, we extend the contracts of all the other CBOs.
I got you. So if you'd like to make a motion, happy to support it.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. We did have Councilmember Carbasi wanting to weigh in. Councilmember Carbasi?
Great. Okay. I just wanted to thank Reading and Beyond. When my dad went to get the vaccine, they were out there. They were already trying to help people get vaccine. Luis Santana was out there trying to help people. So I think that the shift has already been made. And I know that there have maybe been some concerns regarding contact tracing, but a lot of these groups are doing everything they can to help vulnerable populations. There are a lot of people, and I think poverty makes you the most vulnerable to COVID. And they really have already stepped up. So I'm glad to see we're doing this. The silver lining, though, Councilmember Bredefeld, is that you have Councilmember Arias actually supporting the county today. So that's a good thing.
Yeah.
So just a joke. But
Nice
no,
when we work together. It's nice when we all work together.
But a real shout
out. President who's landing the airplane.
All right.
A real shout out to the county organizations. Thank you guys for stepping up.
Motion was made by Councilmember Arias, seconded by Councilmember Bredefeld. Let's save that one for the historical record. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld, Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, next item will be item 1X, the resolution AAR transferring the $1 million from the city attorney's office. It was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. One, why the extra $50,000 to the council budgets? What's the rationale for it? I mean, I always welcome more money into my budget, but what's the rationale for it?
More than happy to take that 50,000 if you don't like it. but in all seriousness, Councilmember Bredefeld, the rationale was, as you know, we've been dealing with the COVID pandemic situation quite hard. And the intent was to, augment a lot of the work that we've been doing, not just for staff, but for the logistics that we have our team out there going. And quite honestly, it was to design also to give council members a little bit more flexibility with regards to some of the work that they're doing in their council district specifically, was left up to the discretion of the council member. The remaining of that after the 50,000 to each council district is still a work in progress. We're working with our city manager to really provide a plan, but it is going to be COVID related. And as you know, we've been doing a lot of, support small business drives with regards to PPE, with regards to hand sanitizer, and helping out with some of the support services out there, whether it's contact tracing, or now we're entering into the space of the vaccine deployment, especially for those hard to reach communities. So that was kind of the overarching intent of these funds. And City Manager Esqueda, if you want to weigh in or answer any questions, that'd be helpful too.
Yeah. So, and again, I think you thank you, Council President. I think you've identified it. Just as this money's been being available to the city, and we've been responding to all the needs for food and rental assistance and the testing, and we're just starting to see some costs. So we're probably about, we're going to try and we're going to reimburse some of the council districts that have contributed to some of the PPE and traffic control signs, about 85,000. We still have some food distribution contracts from round one we need to reimburse. So there's about $500,000 there we need to do. We put some traffic control signs out for the testing and the coming up for the vaccine. Those are running about $3,000 a month. So there's just a list of expenses that we're going through, and we'll bring that back to council as we start to accumulate them up. But it looks like preliminary, we got about $1 million worth of stuff that we need to reimburse ourselves from with these COVID dollars to cover some of the gaps that we've got.
And that's what you're saying, the 650,000 will be used for?
It'll go towards that, yeah, and we'll bring that back to you guys specifically where we're expending that.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm all for it. I just want to make sure, frankly, that you are involved because, I had a lot of concerns with how this was set up before, frankly, with the prior administration in terms of oversight of how dollars were awarded to CBOs, performance measures. I still have a lot of concerns about performance measures. I don't think we truly know all the story about how well all of these CBOs have performed and how well the money was spent. And we need to know that because we're talking tens of millions of dollars, of course. So I think that needs to be given to the city, to the council, so we know exactly, because I've not seen it. I've not seen any performance measures. I've raised it with Mike Lima at our last council meetings. How is this being overseen? He assures me that they're watching. I don't know to what extent. And I think the council needs to know, as does Mayor Dyer need to know, that the money has been spent appropriately. It's been spent timely. That was part of why I was asking on the prior items about the time performance. And is there any plan, Tommy, for that analysis and presenting that to the council?
Yeah, we can do that, absolutely. So we started to monitor the food distribution in the next round of money, and the money we have already deployed for the rental assistance program. We're putting the metrics together. So we're going through that process, and we can get a report out to the council on how the dollars and the efficiency's been running with the programs.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Make a motion to approve this item.
Councilmember Arias, do you want to second that to memorialize the second historical moment?
As long as we understand that all the stuff that Tommy listed, the money's not going that way. So we'll make the sausage in the budget process, but I'll second Gary's motion that we reallocate the $1 million.
All right, second historical moment of the day. Mayor, you've been queued up. You have the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, that I supported this, giving additional funds to the council. Number one, to offset some of the COVID expenses, but number two, to give more ability to the council to do some beautification efforts within their council districts. Because oftentimes, I think, when you look at some of these neighborhoods, you had Councilmember Maxwell read a letter earlier about some of the things that they're faced with sidewalks and streets and some of those issues. We want to make sure you have the ability to address those issues, within your ability. So that's the intent, at least why I support it as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Corbasi.
Thank you. So I understand the $50,000 discretionary. I think that it's been said before, we all have needs, whether it's potholes or curbs or sidewalks or tree trimming, lots of need out there. And I appreciate the administration also supporting that. I'm just more concerned about the $650. So for the city manager, this is something I wasn't hearing. I'm hearing it today. The $650 then is basically going to be loaned out to the administration to pay off some things, then it's going to come back, or how is that going to work exactly?
I apologize. No, we're starting to look, as we get requests for funding, we're starting to eat into the general fund. So now this money is available for us to cover those general fund. This will be added to, I think it's a next week item. We'll also be able to recover some money from the emergency rental assistance program. We're going to bring that money back in. We're going to distribute that back out to pay some of these costs that we're incurring on the COVID. And we want to kind of preserve the general fund as much as we can and use these dollars.
Right. But I just want to know, what are the requirements for the money? Are we going to use the same requirements Treasury put on us? What are the protocols? I want to ensure it's going to be equally distributed. So if District 4 needs money, they can get money. It doesn't just go to District 6. I'm picking on you today, Councilman Ritterfeld. How do we ensure this is going to be citywide and it's going to be equitable for all our issues?
Are you referring to the $50,000 or the balance of $650?
The COVID fund, because I don't see any list of requirements or who's going to make those decisions. I just see that there's money being used.
We can get that to you. We have the list of outstanding items and deficits that we're running. So we just want to start plugging those holes and not use the general fund for that.
Yeah. The issue is, with respect, you're asking me to vote on it without having seen that before. So I want to be really clear.
Councilmember Corbasi, if I can just clear that up, the $650,000 expenditures, the administration is going to come forward with some recommendations. The council then will subsequently debate it, deliberate it, and then vote and modify or whatever needs to happen on that end. So that conversation is yet to be had. This is essentially just a placeholder to ensure that we got the $50,000 into each council district. but that other piece of the conversation is yet to be determined.
Yeah, and the last thing I want to say, got it, I understand that. The last thing I want to say is if this is meant to help council districts deal with the expenses they have, then maybe instead of $50,000, you divide the fund among the council districts. And that way we can, in our discretion as elected leaders, we can make those decisions. I'm not going to propose that today. That's just another thought, but I'm ready to move forward.
All right, thank you. So we had a motion by Councilmember Bredefeld, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Karbasi,
No.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right. Last item is item 1U, which was a little bit similar to the item 1V. I'm going to step out virtually of the room and let Vice President Esparza handle it. Then I will check back in. Vice President?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was going to pull the item if we addressed it already. If Miguel, you'd like to make a motion, we could.
Motion to approve.
Yeah, I'll while the council president is out of the room, I'll entertain an amendment to rename Kings Canyon Boulevard.
Boulevard?
Second.
Yeah, exactly.
Esparza Expressway, we're gonna.
I'll second the motion,
Hey,
We
Mike,
have
the
a
original motion.
Mike, can you do a motion to take Chavez's 50,000 and give them to you?
No, I'm not gonna do
An
that to
amendment.
him.
Yeah. There you go. All right, so we have a motion by Council Member Arias, second by Council Member Soria. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, legal counsel, do we have to go to the public on this one, or has that been fulfilled already?
We already did.
All right, roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Okay, Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez recusing himself. And Councilmember Bredefeld, what was your vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, passed 6-0 with President Chavez recusing himself.
All right, so I want to bring the council president back in. Can you hear us?
All right, I am back. All right, council, before we break for lunch, we have a speaker that's been waiting on queued up here. Let's give him the courtesy of hearing his concern, and then we will break for lunch. Brianna, do we have the speaker for the 1020?
Yes, Tim, you're allowed to speak.
Yes, Mr. Bakeman, you have the floor, sir.
Am I
Bakeman's on
good?
mute.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mr. Bakeman. You have the floor.
All right. Thank you, members of the council, and thank you, Council President Chavez and Mayor Dyer, and for allowing me to address you today. My name is Tim Bakeman, and I'm here today to ask the council to consider amending the cannabis ordinance to include private sports facilities in the listed exemptions to what qualifies as a youth center. As you are all aware, the cannabis ordinance that was drafted included a setback for schools, daycare centers, and youth centers. Section 9-3304 RR of the ordinance lists the definitions of a youth center and then includes numerous exclusions. The exclusions are all private facilities, martial arts studios, yoga studios, ballet studios, private athletic training facilities, pizza parlors, and even an exclusion for dentists and doctors' offices that primarily serve children. I'm asking you today to include private sports facilities in the list of exclusions. In 1963, my father donated the land where Bakeman Field now sits. This field has served thousands of Fresno families over the past 60 years, most of them in the Sunnyside and Southeast area. This field is a private facility. Side Lone Star Little League uses the field 4 months out of the year to play their games. However, they do not hold any practices at this location, nor does their 501c3 designation tie them directly to this field. I'm asking for this ordinance to be amended so that I can have the option to engage with the cannabis company to lease space near this field for a potential retail store. Should a cannabis license be awarded in a location near this field, the company has agreed to donate annual proceeds equal to that of the Sunnyside Lone Star's entire operating budget, approximately $75,000 a year. I have attempted to communicate directly with the city attorney's office. However, we were told the Bateman Field does fall within their definition of a youth center. So I've been left no other choice other than to come to you to ask for your assistance. And mind you, I don't do this a whole lot. I'm pretty self-sufficient, unless I see Tommy kind of chuckling there, unless you come after my water company. But anyway, the Sunnyside Little League is not a membership club, as the city attorney's office has stated. The fees paid to the Little League are to cover costs of all operations. It is not a membership in anything. The definition of a youth center in the ordinance does start out describing public or private facilities, but then later in the definition gets more specific and continues to state, including public grounds designated for athletic activities such as baseball, softball, soccer, not private. It is clear in this definition that private grounds designated for baseball is well within the scope of what should be an exemption. I hope that you will consider my request. All I am asking for today is that equal treatment be given to those privately held businesses, including sports facilities. I understand this does not guarantee a license be awarded. I'm not asking for that. However, it just allows for the opportunity to be considered, to be part of the process. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bakeman. Appreciate you speaking in front of the council, and your input will be received. I know the city attorney has been working with that, but we appreciate you taking the time to address the body. With that, council, let's break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30. And then we'll continue with the items that we have. I think we're making pretty good progress. Knock on wood. And we'll be back at 1:30. Thank you. First item back from lunch will be scheduled hearings, 10 a.m. to number 1. Believe this is in District 2, Councilmember Carbasi's district. And I believe we have somebody from Public Works. It'd be Mr. Andrew Benelli. Is that correct? It's from staff. This is Andrew Benelli that's going to answer questions on this if needed.
Andrew, you're muted.
Councilmember Carbasi?
I'm Andrew Benelli with Public Works Department.
Yes.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, we can hear you, Andrew.
Thank you. This is a public hearing for our Community Facilities District. It is in Council District 2. It's on the northeast corner of Bullard and North Dante. It is the annual assessment is going to be $1,109, and staff recommends your approval after a public hearing.
Motion to approve.
I got a motion by Councilmember Carbasi. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Let me go out to the public. Do we have anybody in the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, I will bring this back. City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Kabasi,
Yes. Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, motion carries. Next up is item 10 o'clock, item number 2. I believe this is in Council District 7. Andrew, are you doing the presentation as well, or is somebody
I
different?
am.
All right.
This is an annexation to Community Facilities District number 11. It is in Council District 7. It is on Willow Avenue near Fillmore. It's a small residential subdivision. The assessment value is $273.39 per year. And staff recommends your approval after a public hearing.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Vice President Esparza, second by Council Member Carbasi. Let me take this out to the public. Anybody from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
A definite resounding yes.
okay, Councilmember Kabasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, thank you. For the public's benefit, the 10 a.m. number 3 item was continued by staff. So if anybody was wanting to speak on that, that's been continued. And then earlier we took care of the HUD funding hearing. So we are good on that. 10:15 item. This was continued from January 7th. And I believe this is in Council District 1. Is that going to be you, Andrew, or is it somebody else? What do we have up here? City manager, assistant city manager, who from staff's gonna answer any questions or?
That's Jennifer's shop.
I'm sorry, I wonder if Chris Lang is going to be presenting, so I'm going to promote him to a panelist.
Okay.
Oh, all right. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Chris Lang from the Planning and Development Department. I'm available to answer any questions regarding this project.
Councilwoman Soria, this is your district.
Yeah, so I'm actually glad to see that, I think I saw Mr. Asimi on the line. I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting with him personally. I know I met with his staff, but I'm glad that he's on the phone or joined us virtually. So this project is in the city's of Fresno's Growth Area 1, where we're seeing robust housing development. And this robust housing development actually has caused the city to reevaluate its growth policies and the impact of the new growth on the city and community. I've been, talking a lot about how do we improve the amenities, the infrastructure, because unfortunately, before I was on the council, past councils approved hodgepodges of development, and we have seen just a great need and impacts for those neighborhoods that have been there long before. And so in the most immediate, we had to put some pause on development while we reevaluated impact fees for fire services, if you guys remember. And then we also more recently agreed to kind of not continue with the same tax sharing agreement, because we recognize that it's not meeting the needs, especially when we're talking about neighborhoods out in the fringes. So, I've been very public about my position on development and growth. And so I'm supportive of planned, well-planned growth. And this project that is before us, I've had several conversations with the Asimi team, not Mr. Asimi himself, but the team. And, I've talked to them about my concerns, about the issues This part of the community was annexed in well before I was on the council. And I obviously have concerns in terms of the hodgepodge of development that is still present and that will continue to occur even with this land that has been annexed. I've met with folks to try to address some of the concerns, and I'm just going to share a couple of things that I want to make sure that is addressed with this proposal moving forward. So one of the things and the issues that I talked to both the applicant and also with Public Works is one of the conditions. In terms of the conditions of approval, I want to add the requirement that the developer will install curb, gutter, paving, and trail on the west side of Grantland between Ashland Avenue and the entrance of the development prior to the city issuing more than 100 building permits for new homes to ensure that all the new residents have a safe route to school. If you guys are familiar with this area, my council colleagues have actually looked at the map and what is happening out there. Across the street, the new construction of the high school is happening. And so what I want to make sure is that when this development is being built, the actual children of the community have a safe path to get across the street to the high school and to the other nearby neighborhoods to school. So that's what is really important to me. And I want to make sure that it is included as a Public Works condition of approval. Also, I just want to make note that of another concern, the area that I represent lacks adequate green space within walking distance of housing. I know that this development does propose kind of the minimum, but I would like to see more. I know that in this track, I will be okay with what is being proposed, but for future, they're on notice so that as they're planning their next subdivisions, that they consider going a little bit above at least the minimum requirement. If you look at west of the 99, there is only Inspiration Park essentially out there. And down in District 3, you have the JSK Park. I've been working really hard to get the Milburn and Dakota property developed as a park, but that's still some ways away. So I want to make sure that new development is actually also providing these types of amenities. And not just kind of at the minimum level, but that they're making it nice enough and, designing in a way that it will create additional space for those families that will live out there. And then lastly, I just want to kind of make a comment that is related to this development that is happening, conversations that are occurring. I know that many of my council members probably have been called or will be called in the coming weeks about rezoning a commercial area of this particular development. Right now, I will tell you flat out that I am not supportive. I want to see what the future plans are. I'm concerned that if we rezone any commercial out of this area, that you're going to increase vehicle miles traveled. You're going to make people travel further out all the way to North Fresno or into the east part of the city to be able to access any groceries or any basic amenities. If any of you guys have taken the time to drive out west of the 99, south of Shaw, there are very places to go shop, to go get your dry cleaners, very few places for ice cream, just the basic amenities. So I want to make sure that there is appropriate acreage for commercial development that will come obviously as more housing is developed in that area. I want to make sure that these are complete neighborhoods and that people don't have to travel 7 miles to go to the nearest grocery store. That's going to be very, very important to me. So I just kind of want to forewarn folks that as they're moving ahead with planning to bring any rezones or changing, the zoning, that they are thoughtful, that they include the neighborhood, and that we talk before proposing anything to this council to remove any potential commercial zone. So with that, I will move to approve. And I don't know if there's a second.
All right, motion was made by Councilwoman Story. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Maxwell. We've got our colleague punched up, Councilmember Carbasi.
No comment.
Okay, all right. So we've got a motion and a second. Let me take it out to the public. Actually, Councilmember Arias, you were punched up.
Yeah, can we just have staff give us like a 2-minute presentation on the scope of this project for the benefit of the public? This is a pretty significant housing project, and at least to show us on video what the map is and where it's located, that kind of stuff.
Sure, Mr. Lang.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then Council President, also, I think Mr. Asimi has his hand up. I saw it.
Yep,
So,
I'm gonna get
I
to him.
know
We'll
he's
get to
the
him.
applicant.
We'll get to him right after the presentation. Maybe he can answer some questions that might arise from that as well. Mr. Lang?
All right. There should be a PowerPoint queued up, I believe.
No, Chris, you have the PowerPoint to share.
Oh,
You have the ability to share your screen.
Oh, okay. One moment then. I'm sorry. Let me get this PowerPoint open. Okay, I'm sorry. It's going to take me a moment to get the PowerPoint. Would you be all right without the PowerPoint, or you just want to go for an overview, or would you like
Maybe
to
just answer some questions from the council member Arias while you're pulling that up.
Well, hold on. Why don't we just have him do like a really brief overview, number of houses in the tract,
Yeah.
general location. I think that's what Councilmember Arias was asking for.
That works.
And there's quite a bit of history, just so you guys know, to the council. And I think that's why Councilmember Arias wants to see some kind of presentation. This is different than what was originally proposed when the former council that back in the day annexed this whole land. It was gonna be called Westlake. So this is a different reiteration. It is much more downscaled. It's not gonna happen, in one swoop. And so I think that's what, Chris, you need to present. It is very different from what was originally proposed. There's no lake to be included. And so it's gonna be phased in.
Councilmember Soria, I'm
Okay,
just wondering.
and, I'm sorry. I have it queued up now, so I'll go ahead and share my screen.
I have a question.
Hold on, Councilmember Carbasi. Let's let him do his presentation and then we can bring it back.
But to make it easier to land this, so to speak, it was Westlake by the same developer? Because if so, maybe that person can explain why, as opposed to going to staff, because that's the person who's doing it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we'll get to that point. Mr. Lang, proceed.
Yes. Great, thank you. Oh. Okay, I'm sorry. It's saying I'm disabled from sharing the screen.
Right now.
You were just assigned.
Thank you. All right, here we go. So for your consideration is both the plan amendment and rezone application, P19-417. Both the vesting tentative tract map, the tract maps 6212 and 6276, as well as the environmental impact report and indemnification agreement. Oops. All right, so the project proposes 160 acres of property on the west side of North Grantland and between West Ashland and West Gettysburg alignments. Here you can see an aerial of the property again. To the east is the high school, which is being developed. Surrounding is rural residential and farmland. Here you can see the previous Westlake project, which was previously mentioned. This was 400 something acres, which stretched all the way from Shields to the Gettysburg alignment. Now the applicant is proposing developing just the northern 160 acres. Here's the current planned land use, medium density residential, and it is existing community commercial. The change in the land use component has been removed from this portion of the application. So the plan amendment basically is proposing modifications to the transportation element. Here you can see it's proposing to modify by adding a new collector street, which is in the yellow. And then the green would be a new trail network. The previous trail network was designed around the former Westlake project. And so this plan amendment would be modifying the trail network to the new layout as shown here. The rezone application, which is also being considered, there is no change in land use, again, being proposed at this time, only the conditions of zoning. Now, whenever the Westlake project was approved, conditions of zoning were created specifically for that large development. Because they're scaling this back, new conditions of zoning were drafted to apply specifically to the 160 acres. And these include, infrastructure improvements, construction or installation of traffic signals, again, specific to the new development.
Yeah, Chris, can you pause there for a second? I think you just
yeah.
answered my colleague's question. Councilmember Arias, was that the question you were asking?
Yes, council member, and I do have just two questions for either staff or the applicant. One is, there was a EIR done on the larger project. This has now been reduced significantly. Are we at risk, and maybe it's a question for legal counsel, are we at risk of being accused of piecemealing a CEQA and trying to do something that is not intended, or has the environmental work been?
Okay, and actually a new EIR has been done for this project.
Okay, so the EIR is complete then?
Yes.
So there's no concern over piecemeal under CEQA?
From my understanding, no. And
Not at
unless,
this point.
yeah.
Legal counsel, is that a yes or no?
Yeah, there is no concern with piecemealing at this point. That's
Perfect.
correct.
Thank you. That's my only question. Thank you for the applicant and for the staff. So, Council President.
All right, thank you. I've got two, let me take it out to the public. I've got three speakers. Let's have Mr. Assimi go first, since I believe he's the applicant. Brianna, if you could allow Mr. Assimi to punch up. Mr. Assimi, you have the floor, sir. You're on mute.
Good afternoon. This is actually Jeff Roberts speaking on behalf of the applicant. Mr. Assimi is here with me in the room, but I'm going to be making the very brief presentation here this afternoon and basically concurring with the motion that's on the table right now. Just like for the record, I'd like to thank staff, Chris Lang, for his help on this project and the brief overview he was allowed to do today. Also like to state for the record that we we concur with the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission and with District 1 Park or Plan Review Committee. I want to note for the record that this project as proposed is also in 100% conformance with the draft and initiated West Area Specific Plan that this council initiated, I think, in 2019. Regarding the conditions of approval, I made a statement at the Planning Commission that we did concur with all staff recommended mitigation measures and conditions of approval. I believe that this crosswalk that's been discussed here today and specifically is one of those conditions, and we concur with that recommendation that was made by Councilmember Soria. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have, but there is, as part of your proposed action here today, the first action would be a certification of the EIR for the Park West project, and that has been completed by city staff and consultants. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions, and thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Roberts, I got one question. Were you able to meet with Councilwoman Soria to walk her through this project?
We did meet. We have met, and we have met and talked about all components of this project.
Okay, my recommendation is in the future to do the outreach early, with especially the council member of the area. I think you'll find that the process flows a lot quicker just because they got a good pulse on what's going on in the neighborhood, all the calls that they're going to get. But I would highly encourage you to do that little legwork early.
We concur with your recommendation.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Miss Lisa Flores. Ms. Flores, you will have 3 minutes to address the council.
I have one of my concerns about this project is the setback of the sidewalks and future growth and future traffic on the west side of Fresno. As you establish these new neighborhoods and you establish these new businesses, you also have to look at the growth of traffic. And I don't think that the sidewalks are adequate for, 10 to 20 years out. They're adequate for now, but you have to look at, turn pockets, traffic worms, designated turn pockets, that sort of thing. And you will take up land. And the question is, you can't take it from the school. So you're looking at taking it from the homeowners. And it's easier to redraw the lines and put an extra 6 to 12 feet of sidewalk than it is to not, and then have major problems with homeowners later, whether it's 10, 15, 20 years down the road. And also to your whole traffic as far as your limitations on movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next speaker is Ms. Alyssa Bilios. Ms. Bilios, you will have 3 minutes to address this body.
Good afternoon. Elisa Bilios, 5323 North Tisha Avenue, Fresno 93723. Board member with Forgotten Fresno. I have questions and concerns regarding the traffic studies. Both traffic studies have many recommendations, and I'm wondering which of these recommendations will actually come to fruition with this development. Particularly Shaw and 99. There's a lot of good recommendations in the traffic studies, and I would like them to not be overlooked. Because Shaw Avenue overpass of Highway 99 is in dire need of widening. With the annexation and more housing, our law enforcement resources are going to be spread even thinner. Shorter setbacks and where people can't park in their driveways or their garages and more parking on the streets is a concern. Out here, we have a lot of new housing and we've been having a lot of vehicle break-ins. Even if your vehicles are locked, windows are getting bashed in. Yesterday morning, we had an incident where a Bulldog gang member was running away from law enforcement in our neighborhood. A citizen had confronted this gang member, with a gun, and the guy ran off and ran backyard hopping and banging on people's doors, and ultimately was caught by law enforcement in our neighborhood. And honestly, it was just a lot of people being in the right place in the right time, not necessarily fast Fresno police response times. So that's a concern out here in the West area, when the Northwest Police District is at Sean Marks, still has to get over the tracks at Golden State, still has to get past 99 to get out to where we are. Veterans doesn't solve that entire problem. Racing out here is a chronic problem. If you go to that location on Grantland there, where you would pull into either the football stadium, there's donut marks everywhere, burnout marks up and down that street. So what's going to be done? You're going to have, children attending high school there as newly licensed drivers. So myself as a parent and resident, I have concerns about that strip right there and what's going to be done to enhance it and make it safer for everybody. And I think that is about it. And I do want to note for the record, Mr. Roberts was a voting member of that West Area Steering Committee, seeing that the interests of the Assembly group were tended to. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bilios. Next speaker is Mr. Victor Gonzalez. Mr. Victor Gonzalez, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Good afternoon. My name is Victor Gonzalez, and I am a resident of District 2, west of 99 at 6614 West Bullard Avenue. I'm here this afternoon to support the project. I'm a real estate broker in town. I have personally conducted about 300 transactions west of 99. And I can share that a large number of families have invested in Northwest Fresno for various reasons. A pattern I've often witnessed with the people that I've worked with is of families purchasing their first home and then looking for their second home once their family is established, wanting to invest in that area. And oftentimes it's after they've had their first or second baby. I'm excited for this development because it builds up Northwest Fresno and especially the area west of 99. It allows for growth. And as I mentioned earlier, it allows for people to make a long-term investment in the area in this part of town. Without this type of growth, it leaves those aforementioned young families looking for homes in Clovis or Madera and developments such as Riverstone or Tesoro Viejo. This project, coupled with Veterans Boulevard, make for exciting growth in Northwest Fresno, and the location of this development across from Central Unified New School is, I think, a fantastic opportunity for families in this area. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Our last speaker is Ms. Rebecca Wharton. Ms. Wharton, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Wharton. I live on the west side of the 99 at 6515 West Morris Avenue. I've lived there for the last several years. I love the west side of Fresno, and it's so it makes me happy that they're actually going to be building more homes out there. And I can't wait. This is a project that we've been waiting for years for, and we plan on buying in this neighborhood. We support the project and everything it encompasses. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We actually have a couple more speakers wanted to address this issue. Next is Ms. Betsy Garcia. Ms. Garcia, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. I want to express my support of this project. I've lived in West Fresno between Grantland and Bullard, 5757 North Rumi Avenue for over 14 years. And what I've seen in the changes has been so great. I mean, the development brings more safety to our neighborhoods, the improved roads, the walkways. Our neighborhood has so many walkers, and it's so good to see the neighbors out, people get to know each other. And so I encourage more development because it really has changed this area, which we love living in. And that's all I want to do. I want to support the project.
Council President, are these folks that live in the neighborhood? I didn't hear them identified as neighborhood people.
We're not taking address requirements just because it's a virtual meeting. So it's a good question.
Those addresses, Rumi is in my district. I know that street, and then Bullard is in my district.
All right, next speaker is Mr. Brandon Klein. Mr. Klein, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Council, for letting me speak. As you said, my name is Brandon Klein. My residence is 6609 West Dugwood, zip code 93723. I'm a second generation family business homeowner in Fresno, born and raised. My eldest son goes to Fresno State. My youngest would be a freshman at Garza and will be attending there if they ever get to go back to school. Regarding the Assemi Group, I've personally owned or lived in 3 Granville homes. My parents have been in one for 35 years. I've lived in my current address for the last 12. I believe in the developer. If we look to ever move up, I would strongly consider Granville as an option. Regarding my eldest son, who's just about to graduate and start a career and begin his family, I know they love the neighborhood that we live in. They're just struggling at this point for availability. Had many conversations about the idea of other developments in Madera and Clovis, modeled after the same idea of having an elementary school, high school, and junior high all on the same plot of land, easily walkable from a home. I know that's attractive to them, and I'd hate to see them steer in another direction. I think the walkability is super, super important. It's great for community. It brings a sense of neighborhood camaraderie, long since lacking west of 99. I think I have my full support behind it. Born and raised in Fresno, having done this for a long time, waiting on Veterans Boulevard to get completed. It seems like the culmination of a lot of things coming together at the right time, and I think it's a great opportunity. Thanks for hearing me out.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Ashley Parit. Ms. Ashley, you will have 3 minutes, and then we'll bring it back to the dais.
Thank you, council members, for allowing me to speak in favor of this project. You know, I lived on this side of Fresno for almost 10 years. My address is 6824 West Calamirna, and I absolutely love my Granville home. I love Granville as a company. They're always there for you as a homeowner anytime you need them. I have family that would love to live on this side of town. They would love the opportunity to build their own Granville home and make it their own. The idea of that community and where the location is in proximity to across the school is amazing. Just for walkability, to be able to walk, closely to the school when needed. The fact that Veterans Boulevard is coming our way as well is an addition to the community. I just want to express that I am in favor of this, and I hope that you are as well.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, you've been waiting, and then Councilmember Arias after you.
Thanks, and I appreciate everyone who called in, a few of the District 2 residents. So I have a question for staff. Do we have Scott Mosier or Mr. Benelli with us? Most of the questions I wanted to answer, actually, Ms. Bilios actually did ask all the questions I wanted to ask, so I appreciate her doing that. She's also a District 2 resident. I expressed earlier with another project that we're really, really concerned about traffic issues as we grow and infrastructure. But the other issue, oh, Scott, we have Scott. So Scott, do you recall, I think when I first started, one of my first bills was about the safe routes to schools. And we talked about parcels existing like on Herndon, for example, across from a school and they're owned, but they're not built out. Would safe routes to schools apply to this project as well, so we can ensure those safe sidewalks are built out near the school?
Good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask you beforehand. This is kind of on the fly. I apologize.
Not a problem. Council Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. We also have Jill Gormley, our city traffic engineer, available if we get into more detailed questions. But generally, yes, this project would be achieving a safe route to school, consistent with Councilmember Soria's motion. The developer would not only be installing the trail, the Veterans Grantland Trail along the front of the subdivision, but they would be extending that south and getting out there in advance of even a future project phase to bring it all the way down to Ashland Avenue. The developer would also be installing a traffic signal on Grantland at the main entrance, which is right across from the Central Unified School District campus. So it provides a great, right in the early phase of the project, puts that in place, and we have good pedestrian and bicycle accommodations.
Great, thank you. My other issue is the public safety issue that Ms. Bilios brought up. So that situation that she was talking about with the Bulldog gang member actually happened in District 2 in her neighborhood. And it was really concerning, and we appreciate, and she appreciates not only the resident out there that stepped up, but that PD did come on scene and they've had a presence in the neighborhood ever since. But it kind of, we started talking about an idea that I had floated around before, that I had talked to Councilmember Chavez, I think about maybe a couple of years ago. We're talking about the general plan, and that's incorporating the costs for public safety and enforcement in a CFD or an enhanced CFD or a Melrose district. And I wanted to see if the applicant or anyone in that industry ever wants to approach me and talk about that, but if he has a comment on that, because one of the problems with the donuts or the speeding, and that happened in District 2 all the time, is the ability to have enforcement. So if the neighborhood will pay not just for the public right-of-ways and maintenance for those areas, they'd also pay for public safety dedicated to that area. That might help alleviate some of the concerns and not be as much of a drain on the general fund. So if the applicant or Mr. Roberts wants to comment on that, that might be helpful. Sorry to kind of throw it out there.
I don't think they're available anymore,
Oh,
Councilmember
okay.
Carbasi. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a report I think I'm going to get from Public Works, or we're going to get about the whole CFD and the issue of a citywide CFD. Maybe we can incorporate that into that as well.
Hello,
So,
hello.
Oh, he's back. Yeah, Mr.
Sorry about
Roberts.
that. Slight technical difficulty. Jeff Roberts again on behalf of the applicant, and the quick answer is yes, we would be happy to engage in a discussion about including a policing component or enhanced policing component in a future CFD that covered this area. As you may be aware, Mr. President, that we have worked on standalone CFDs before in the city of Fresno, and they've worked quite well. And we are certainly open to discussing that with Councilmember Soria or any member of the council that would like to do so. So thank you.
Right. That answer your question, Councilmember Corbasi?
It does. Yeah, so it is feasible. Okay, thank you.
Great. Councilmember Arias?
And just Council President,
Yeah, Councilwoman Soria? Sorry, I missed you.
I just wanted to add on that public safety. That's been one of my biggest concerns. I brought this up, I think, not too long ago, maybe even to the applicant and to our staff. The nearest police station is 5 miles, but the challenge is that they have to not only cross the freeway, but also the train track. And so you can imagine the impacts when it comes to response time. So we really need to get serious about figuring out how these neighborhoods are going to be safe, given how long it can take a police car to get, all the way to this neighborhood.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Arias? Hold on, Councilmember Corbasi. Let's let Councilmember Arias weigh in. He's been waiting.
I just got 2 requests. One, can staff or the applicant describe what are going to be the traffic improvements as part of this development? What intersection lights are going up and where?
That's a question for Mr. Lang.
Okay. Yes, I can look that up. One moment.
And while you're looking at Mr. Go ahead.
Oh, so the improvements that are conditioned for the project would be so at 100 homes at Grantland and Indianapolis, or the Loop Road. A traffic signal would be required there prior to 100 homes. Grantland and Ashland prior to 200 homes. Grantland and Gettysburg prior to 450 homes, and then Grantland and Shields prior to 650 homes.
Perfect. And I'm assuming there's also crosswalks and sidewalks included as part of the traffic safety?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And then a question for the applicant. We've all talked about the amazingness of all this development and the concerns, but can we get the applicant to describe the actual development timeline and whether the applicant plans to develop this project themselves or parse it out to other developers?
Yeah.
When can we expect the first house to go up? Is this immediately, or are we talking 2-3 years downstream?
This is Darius Assemi with Randall Homes, Councilmember Arias. So our plans, if this project, if the EIR gets certified today, is to start mobilizing the land development portion of this in the spring, or as soon as plans are approved by city, development department, public works department. As soon as we have the approvals, we'll fire those up, which should be spring of this year. We anticipate the first homes to go up in the fall, anticipating early move-ins in 2022, subject to availability of labor and materials, and we get out of COVID. But that's our plan, and there will be multiple home builders on this project, but it's designed to our standards. The whole project is, including the trails, parks, etc. And by the way, I have a PowerPoint or a screen that I can share that shows exactly all the traffic signals that is going up as part of this project, which is approximately 11. Four. Four right away, and then future ones that could be installed down the road. But we have a traffic signal, as Councilwoman Soria brought up, right at the Loop Road, and we're adding a crosswalk so to get to the school on the east side of the road directly from this project, so that actually the students have less to travel, less to walk. They don't have to go all the way down to Ashland to cross. They can actually cross at a traffic signal with a crosswalk at the Loop Road and Grantland Avenue.
All right. Well, thank you, applicant. And it sounds like the fall of this year. So if we're delayed, it'll be Tom and Jerry's fault that it gets delayed.
Mr. Council President, I just want to add one last thing, because I didn't hear clearly. I remember having the conversation when we met with Jeff Roberts. So I want to make sure that this is confirmed because I don't want to then be upset that it was changed on me. The traffic signal on Gettysburg, we had talked about it getting done at the 100 homes. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes. If
Okay.
you can hear me, that's correct. Yeah, it's in the staff report, contained deep in the middle of the staff report, but that's correct, Councilmember.
And let me add to that. So over the next few weeks, Councilwoman Soria, and we would install it the minute it's approved, and the city allows us to order the part. So it's on an accelerated track. We want it installed. We want that crosswalk installed as well for our homeowners. By the way, we don't anticipate the first folks to move in until again early 2022. But traffic signals take about 6 to 9 months to order to go through the approval process through the city and getting the green light there, so we can actually order the parts. Some of the parts are like 6 months out. So yeah, we would be installing those as fast as the parts are available and we get the approvals through the Public Works Department.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad to hear that, Mr. 100th home. And I want to make sure that it is actually built by the 100 home. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Soria. I'll bring it back to the council again. I think we're in the space now where we're at risk of talking this project to death and out of support. So we'll close it off with the mayor. Mayor, you want to make some closing statements?
Yeah, just want to make sure that the council knew the administration supports this project. We have a tremendous demand for housing in Fresno, as all of you know. If they're not building here, they're going to be building in Madera or Clovis, and I prefer that they build here. And I can assure you there is not going to be any delays on the part of the city on this project. We'll make sure that that happens, Councilmember Arias. And I'll be monitoring this closely with City Manager Escueda. But I think it's going to be a great project, and I really believe that having the parks out there, the trails, the sidewalks, et cetera, it's going to really transform that area. So we do support the project.
All right, thank you. Just closing kind of comments here on my end. I would just, again, highly encourage the applicant to reach out to the representative. As somebody who's going through a big build out in Southeast, I know that's happening in Northwest. I can tell you that district offices get a flood of calls, concerns when they see machinery moving out there, and it's very helpful to have the council member in the loop of everything that's going on. And so with that, we had a motion by Councilwoman Soria, second by Councilmember Maxwell. Roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Arias,
Yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld, Councilmember Karbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
President Chavez.
Yes. All right, thank you. Just to confirm with staff, the 1:45 p.m. item was removed, correct, Vice President Esparza?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, moving along, we've got a council 2021 council redistricting process timeline and legal issues. City Attorney's Office, do we have those folks on?
Yeah, Chris and outside counsel, Brianna, can you make him a participant?
Yes, he's logging in right now.
We have about a 10-minute presentation and then questions if you have questions.
Great.
Chris, you're up.
Chris, just let me know when you want me to present.
Go right on ahead, please. There we go. Good afternoon, members of the City Council. It's nice to be here with you today. I know you have a busy agenda, so I've been asked to be brief on this. The purpose of the presentation today is to just start to talk very briefly about the process that the city is going to have to go through to redistrict the city council districts in 2021 in time for the 2022 elections. As you know, every 10 years, electoral districts have to be readjusted to rebalance the population and comply with other laws. And so I want to just briefly walk through how that's going to work, what we know about timing, because there's been a lot up in the air this time compared to the normal process, and how we'll proceed. So if we could go to the first slide, please. As I mentioned, the timing of all of this is quite a bit in flux. The normal process is that the Census Bureau releases the data that we need for redistricting by April 1st of the year following the census, and we spend the summer and into the fall then redrawing the lines. That is not going to be the case this year. Even though statutes, federal statutes require that April 1st deadline, the Census Bureau has already announced that they're not going to be able to meet it. Partly because of COVID and other issues with data processing. And, it up to this point has been very open-ended, when they would be getting it out. Yesterday, a high-ranking official in the Census Bureau announced or was quoted in the Associated Press as saying that they expect the initial data that they're required to put out, that we need to do these lines sometime after July 31st. Which, means sometime in August, presumably. And so, right there, we're going to be, 4 to 5 months behind our normal timeline. And then, like previous decades, California legislature has adopted statutes that require adjustments to the census data. This time around, cities and counties are required to use data produced by the statewide database that reassigns incarcerated individuals back to their home census blocks, rather than counting them at the location of the prison, the state prison that they're in. Long story short, that means that there is an additional delay for the state to make those changes. And the director of the statewide database announced this morning that she expects to require 30 days for that. And so right now, the best estimate that we have is that the data that we're going to be using to do this process are not going to be available before September 1st, which is a tight crunch, to say the least. The third piece of it is the legislature has also provided that the city cannot produce and publish maps until those data the statewide database data have been publicly available for at least 3 weeks. Although if we get too close to the deadline, that sort of cooling off period does shorten a little bit. So there's a little bit of flexibility there, but the default is a 3-week delay. So, the first maps we may be looking at sometime October 1st, potentially. If we could go to the next slide, please. A few additional deadlines in the process. First, the city municipal code requires that the city manager produce a council district report within 30 days of the census data being released. Because of the provisions in state law requiring the adjustment for prisoners and then the 3-week delay period, that report is probably going to be longer than 30 days. That will be probably around the same time that maps start coming out. But the other 2 bullet points are the ones I wanted to really focus on. The charter requires that the entire redistricting process take 120 days from the release of the census. But new state law now has set a deadline for cities that have primaries in 2022. The deadline is December 15th. So long story short, we may be looking at an entire mapping process taking place within 2, maybe 3 months at the end of the year to meet all of the timelines that are required by state and local law. And I note here the last bullet point. Unfortunately, that puts a little bit of a crunch on the county registrar to get things implemented. But the fact that they need all of those data is why we don't have a lot of wiggle room in that December timeline, unfortunately. If we could go to the next slide, please. So under state law, the required process for this is that the city has to conduct at least 4 public hearings. One of them, minimum one of them, has to be before maps are released, which is a plus, because that means that we don't have to wait for those data to start the process. We can get some things moving a little bit before the Census Bureau releases all of its data. At least one of those hearings has to be before the maps are drawn. At least two do have to be after the maps are released. And then the fourth one can be on either side. It's a little bit floater. One of the four hearings also needs to be in the evening or on a weekend, so that people who wouldn't normally be able to make a 9 a.m. city council meeting have an opportunity to participate. But the staff, if the city is so inclined, that hearing can be conducted by staff or a consultant. It doesn't have to be done by the council. And then there are additional posting requirements. Information about these hearings needs to be posted online on the city's website at least 5 days before the hearing. And as an agenda matter, the state's new laws require that these hearings be conducted at a specific time. In other words, they have to be, as your agenda today does, you announce a 10 o'clock hearing time, it has to be done at 10 o'clock. So if you hit that time and it's 10 o'clock and you are in the middle of an agenda item, you can finish up that one, but then the hearing for the redistricting has to move forward to be the next item. It can't be floated out further. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Also new this time around, although not new as a requirement, although not necessarily new in terms of what cities and counties have historically done. The city has specific requirements for public outreach as part of the process. It needs to be reaching out to news and media organizations in the city, good government, civil rights, civic engagement groups. The law requires that if requested at least 72 hours in advance, that translation be provided as part of the hearing process. In applicable languages, which still haven't been specified. The Secretary of State is supposed to tell us what those are. Pretty good bet that it will definitely include Spanish, but there may be others in Fresno. That should be sorted out fairly soon. And then there's much more of an effort to require that things be put online and advance hearings given. So, all of the notices, all of the agendas, all of the maps, everything has to be online. Draft maps have to be public for at least 7 days before adoption. There's no sort of last minute changes. All of the demographic data for each of the maps has to be published along with the map, which, consultants typically will do anyway. And last but not least, the state law requires that the city provide an opportunity for members of the public to submit maps, either in paper or writing, but also electronically in some form. If we could go to the next slide, please. In terms of record keeping, historically it was just public records and Brown Act, but now there's a little bit more of a requirement. Every hearing has to be recorded, and every public comment of the meeting has either written or recorded has to be put online within 2 weeks of the hearing. The council is also required to establish a redistricting specific website. And it can either be on the city's website or it can be separate standalone. But there are certain elements that are required to be on there. There's an explanation of the process, some information about how to testify, how to provide testimony, a calendar of all the hearings and the workshops that are going to be conducted, all of the agendas, all of the minutes, and all of the draft maps. The Secretary of State has produced a template for this process. And again, this has to be provided in all of the applicable languages that will be identified. So the website also needs to be translated as well. If we could go to the next slide, please. Now I put this together last week before we found out the latest information from the Census Bureau. So you see, this is a sort of a draft timeline. Number 3 was anticipating the release of census data late, but not so late. We were thinking, sometime in the spring. Now that timeline, instead of 4/1 to 6/1, is probably more like 8 to 10. August, September, October. And then, we would still like to be able to do 60 to 90 days for the hearings, but it's going to be, as I said, a little bit of a race to the finish line to get things done by December 15th. And obviously we can mitigate a little bit of that by having the first couple public hearings before the Census Bureau releases the data. But it's going to be a compressed schedule towards the end of the year, unfortunately, because of the delays in those data release. If we could go to the next slide, please. Then finally, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, because it's still a ways off, but I just wanted to briefly talk through the criteria that are going to guide the redistricting process. Historically, it's always been the case that there are a few sort of outer boundaries from federal law. Federal law requires that the districts be roughly equal in population, basically plus or minus 5% from the ideal, which is consistent with the charter. And you may have heard that there was an effort by the Trump administration to try and remove undocumented immigrants from that population base. That has been repealed by the Biden administration. And so we're back in the normal rule that we've always had, which is every person on the ground will be counted as part of that equal population, with the caveat that there will be the adjustment for prisoners. The other federal criteria are compliance with the Voting Rights Act, and on the flip side of that, no racial gerrymandering. So you need to take racial considerations into account to comply with the Voting Rights Act, but it can't be the single predominant consideration. And then within those sort of broad outer boundaries, state law and local law fills in the rest. And the council has some discretion. State law now requires a specific list of categories in order, meaning order of priority. The top priority is contiguity, which is fairly simple. Next is minimizing the division of neighborhoods and communities of interest to the extent practical. And so the purpose of the pre-map hearings is really going to focus on this criterion, which is making sure we know what the communities of interest in the neighborhoods are that need to be taken into account as part of that process. And then easily identifiable boundaries, streets, railroads, other major obvious boundaries, and then the compactness of the population. And then sort of subordinate to all of that, but within the charter is a requirement in Fresno that as the lines are drawn, incumbents are to be kept within their current districts. But that, under state law is going to be probably, after all of these other considerations are taken into account. And so with that, as I said, very high level on that point. We'll talk more about those as we get into the actual drawing of maps. But I know we have a tight timeline, so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
Chris,
Oh, go ahead,
would also hire a demographer and mapper?
Yes. Yeah. So I will, the city will be, as I understand it, putting out an RFP for a demographer, a demographic consultant, who will actually pull the data from the statewide database and the Census Bureau and put them all together. And they will be responsible for doing the maps. But that, I will be working with them to ensure that they're following the process that they need to follow, and that the maps are complying with those federal criteria, the equal population, the Voting Rights Act, all of that stuff.
All right. Thank you, Chris, for that semi-brief presentation. We've got Vice President Sparsa, followed by Councilmember Arias.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Very informative. A few questions. So just to be clear, we can hold, of those 4 hearings required, we can hold one long before the data is even released. So I know it's not just 3 weeks prior to any draft maps, but even before any data is shown, we can have a hearing.
That's right. And actually, you could do 2 even of the 4. Two can be before those maps are drawn and before even the data. Yeah, we could in theory hold them tomorrow, although you want to be close enough that people are still engaged by the time the maps start to come out.
Sure. Okay, that just, I wanted to clarify on that, just because it's hard for folks to judge or give input when the data is not there. But I suppose there's other bits of input they could provide. And then, so December 15th, that's a hard deadline. There's no wiggle room out of that for us as a municipality.
Yeah, and there's not. What state law provides is that if you don't meet that deadline, someone can go into court and ask a court to impose a map. And so, you know, if you're, you know, December 16th, probably a judge isn't gonna, you know, interfere, but it's, as a practical matter, the registrar needs those data.
And is that just municipalities, or is that all of California? And
It's anybody who's
jurisdictional
holding
lines?
an election in June, next June. So most counties, and then any cities with either June elections or primaries like you guys have.
Okay. When it comes to the criteria, the blue, red, and green that you had up on the screen, from going from left to right, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, was that all roughly in priority consideration?
Yes. Yeah.
Going
The
from
federal
left to
law
right and
or
then up and down.
sorry. Yeah. The federal law, yes, they're in order. The federal law are the top consideration, then the state law in that order. And then sort of any other consideration that comes after in the last column, the green.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Arias, followed by Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you. Just a really quick introduction to Chris Canal, who I happen to have the pleasure of working with. Myself and Council President Chavez were at Fresno Unified in the early days when Fresno Unified was in violation of federal and state law for decades, until Chris Canal showed up and helped us rectify that while avoiding millions of dollars of litigation. So it's when we went from at large to by trustee area. And I think Council President Chavez was one of the first benefactors of being able to run in a by district area under the new system. But just a couple of things I want to point out. One, thanks to Doug Sloan, our city attorney, and Chris Canal. They've essentially taken the requirements under our city charter, state and federal law, and combined it all to come up with a proposed plan and a timeline. And my three key takeaways in this whole process is, one, timing will be tight. So all of us during Christmas time are going to be knee deep on, you know, streets and maps, and we're going to get very intimately knowledgeable about neighborhoods and, you know, communities of interest, and, you know, what is a tower versus a South Tower versus Fresno High. So, you know, it's going to be a great Christmas present for all of us during the wintertime. Two, the timing may change based on the data being released at the federal or state level. So if things change, the public shouldn't just look to be angry at us, but we are we will have to do whatever the federal and state folks do when it comes to releasing the data. And as you know, COVID has impacted everything. We have a new presidential administration, so just bear with us as we go through this. But finally, for the public, this is going to be a process that reflects the most public transparency and public engagement that redistricting has ever had at a local level. So the state, you know, laws that were passed require multiple public hearings. The timing of those, the time and place of those hearings is going to mean that we're going to have thousands of our city residents involved in this process. So I look forward to that conversation, and folks should know that as you know, the summer winds down, they should start anticipating the fall that they're going to start hearing about different versions of maps. I know this cycle we have several of our council members, including myself, on the ballot potentially for the next cycle. So people are going to be, you know, anxious to see the lines, but know that it's going to be super tight timeline for all of us. We are going to be at risk of state and federal folks releasing data, but at the end of the day, it will be a very public and transparent process, and everybody's going to have a say in the process. Thank you all.
Councilmember Carbasi, followed by Councilmember Soria.
Great. I want to thank you so much, Chris. This was great information, and I think it'll answer a lot of questions. I'm one of the 3 members of the council on the redistricting subcommittee, so we have got to get moving. More of a finance question, because I think it's been 10 years since we've done this. Some of these things we can do with current city resources, but is there funding set aside for expenses related to some of these activities that the redistricting committee will have to do for public input? Because that public input's extremely important here. And I'm glad to see that's a change that we have here versus before.
Yeah. Hey, Councilmember Carbasi, this is Tommy. So as I've been hearing Chris, I'd like to spend some time with Chris and just let's just walk through the resources we're going to have to put together in probably the next couple of weeks, maybe, because we'd want to get that in the budget. Because I'm hearing consultants, I'm hearing demographers, I'm hearing staff things. And so we just need, so is it bigger than a bread box, and how much is it going to be? And let's just get it budgeted. So we'll reach out to Chris and put something together. I don't know.
I really appreciate it, Tommy. Thank you. You know how I am with dollars and cents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Soria?
Thank you, Council President. Just very brief. Thank you, Chris, again for the presentation. I think it was very well explained. I did want to make sure that I express publicly, for me, it's going to be very important that we just don't do the minimum requirement. I know that, you know, Chris mentioned that we have to make sure that it's available in other languages, potentially in Spanish. And so I think we've at least begun to develop a practice of providing information in other languages. So I'd like us to make sure that we have a commitment early on that we're gonna not just do the minimum, but ensure that all folks, regardless of their language, especially the primary languages spoken in Fresno, know and have the materials available to them that is accessible to them in their language. So that's going to be important for me. So it may be a budgetary issue and making sure that we have enough dollars to ensure that the information is translated appropriately. So that's going to be important to me, but I look forward to the process.
You muted yourself, Councilwoman Soria.
Oh my God, did you guys not hear me?
No, we heard up until the last part.
I just said that I'm hoping that those are budgetary concerns that will be addressed so that we have enough resources to ensure that it is a robust process and that we do get started as early as we can to ensure we're meeting the deadlines. Because I know that obviously I'm not running for re-election, but I know that folks running are going to want to know what district they'll be running in.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Soria. Chris, my closing thoughts. I want to thank you for coming on board and helping us navigate. This is a very complicated process, and when I was at Fresno Unified, I mean your reputation obviously is something that we're going to need, but more importantly, your experience and making sure that, like my colleagues describe, it is a robust, transparent process. And I agree. I don't think we just need to do the bare minimum. So just keep that in the back of your head as you're kind of putting together the plan. We'll get together with our city manager, Tom Esqueda, and kind of work through the logistics and the budget for that. But I think at Fresno Unified, we had over 70 recognized languages that the school district had for their population. What you're finding, I think we saw a little bit of that today, where it was so much beneficial to our residents to have folks that not just spoke, Spanish and Hmong, but had our ASL folks there. And I think you're going to see that commitment from this council. And so again, just closing thoughts, I want to thank you for your work. Look forward to having your next presentations and kind of helping us navigate through this process. And last thank you is I was actually the first candidate to win an election by district. Thank you for that. But look forward to working with you. I just want to make sure that we're not the last, how they say it. So thank you. Council, this does not require action. So we will move on to the next item and look forward to working with Doug. Doug, are you going to be working with Chris on this?
Yes.
Tommy?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Chris.
All right. Next item is the resolution for the City Council for the City of Fresno urging that NFL legend Tom Flores be inducted into the 2021 Pro Football Hall of Fame. And for the public, please disregard one of the sponsors wearing a 49er apparel sweater. Forgive him, whatever he does not know. But with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues, Councilwoman Soria. You have the floor.
Hey, somehow I managed to get him to co-sponsor. But I am very actually pleased to be able to sponsor this resolution along with Councilmember Arias in support of our very own and Central Valley native NFL legend, Tom Flores. For those of you that are not NFL fans, Tom Flores has been making history since his teenage years as a star football player, and then as a coach and player in the National Football League. As a District 1 council member who represents Fresno City College, I'm proud to remind folks that he too was a Fresno City College alumni, where he started his career there in 1955. Tom Flores signed with the Oakland Raiders in the 1960, making him the first Latino quarterback in the NFL history. So it was a pretty big deal. He's a son of immigrants from Chihuahua, Mexico, making history in our own community. He also played with the Buffalo Bills and then was signed with the Kansas City Chiefs, where he won his first Super Bowl as a player. After retirement, he became an assistant coach with the Oakland Raiders and won his second Super Bowl, becoming the Oakland Raiders head coach in 1979, leading them to another Super Bowl victory in 1980. When the Raiders went to the city of Los Angeles, Tom Flores again led them to a Super Bowl victory. With all of those Super Bowl victories, Tom Flores became one of two people in the NFL history who have won the Super Bowl as a player, assistant coach, and head coach. For the last 2 years, Tom Flores has been eligible to be inducted in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, but has not been selected. Once again, this year, he is being considered by the committee, and from the rumors that we've heard, a vote has taken place, but it won't be announced, obviously, until the Super Bowl. But I do want to say that as a proud Latina and a proud resident of the Valley, I join other cities like Sanger, where he is native, Los Angeles, in supporting our beloved Tom Flores in receiving a much-deserved recognition and acknowledgement for his historical contributions to the NFL. So I hope my colleagues will join me in supporting Tom Flores, regardless if you're a Raider, 49er, or whatever fan. I think it's important for us to recognize that Tom Flores is a legend, and he shares a connection to this great valley and to the city of Fresno, being part of the Fresno City College alumni. So Councilmember Arias?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'd just like to point out that as public servants, sometimes we have to vote our conscience and other times we have to vote our constituency. And I can tell you, walking 10,000 doors in my district, there's a lot of members of the Raider Nation in my district. So today I'll be voting my constituency. But in all seriousness, Tom is a premier professional, and he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame and represent the Central Valley. So with that, I will be happy to second the motion to approve.
All right, motion made by Councilwoman Soria, seconded by Councilmember Arias. I'm going to take it out to the public. I don't think we have anybody here, so I'll bring it back to the council. I'll just say, as the bona fide Raider fan, I remember as a kid going to the LA Coliseum when they moved to Oakland, and just meeting Tom a number of years ago was the highlight of that. And a little bit of fun fact for my colleagues that are there at City Hall, we actually had Derek Carr, as you know, as a Raider, come and spoke to a lot of our kids a number of years ago there, and we try to keep it quiet. And to my colleague's point, Councilmember Arias, Fresno is Raider Nation, and I know that because one of the kids ended up texting that Carr was there at City Hall, and in about 30 minutes, we had the whole Raider Nation actually waiting outside of City Hall, to the point where we had to get some traffic control. So that just tells you the fan base that exists here in Fresno and the Central Valley. And so with that, we got a motion and a second. Roll call.
Councilmember Arias,
An absolute yes.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Definite yes.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Maxwell,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
A Raider Nation, yes.
Council Vice President Esparza,
Aye.
and President Chavez.
That's a just win, baby. Yes.
That's a 7-0.
Thank you. Now we go to closed session. City Attorney, can you announce the closed session item?
Yes, and you already took comments on this. So first we have existing litigation, Laura versus City of Fresno, also Johnson versus City of Fresno, performance evaluation and negotiation concerning city clerk, discussion of City Hall facilities, security, real property negotiation concerning the listed APN, another real property negotiation concerning 809 East Olive, and exposure litigation concerning Lawrence Abatement. I would not expect any announcements afterwards.
Thank you, City Attorney. So for my colleagues, let's take a quick 5-minute break. A restroom break for me. I'm only human. And we will come back in the closed session in 5 minutes. Thank you.